Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Maisha Piotti and it's my great pleasure to have you with us for the first day of the 2022 Annual AI Policy Summit. As you know, it is important to build trust in AI to fuel its adoption. And in order to build trust, we need to find ways to balance the opportunities with the ethical challenges that AI poses. The aim of our platform is to explore how policy can help us achieve this balance. So when we started our journey together 3 years ago on this project, our vision was to build a global discussion platform that leverages on the Swiss culture of inclusiveness and transparency, our excellence in research and innovation, and our unique credibility in the geopolitical space to build trust and maximize the adoption of AI. Our idea was to bring leading multidisciplinary experts from around the world to share their experience and knowledge with the Swiss AI ecosystem. Another aim was to build collaborative partnerships within Switzerland and with other regions, as well as with international organizations and within the business community, to co-create the future of AI policy together. I'm delighted to inform you that we feel humbled to have made great strides in achieving some of those initial goals. Our community of global experts is ever growing. We have people registered to attend this summit from 81 different countries, representing every single continent except Antarctica. Now, during this week, you will therefore have the chance to listen to and interact with policymakers, business leaders, academics, innovators, and representatives of civil society from around the world. In addition, for this year's event, we are honored to have a collaboration with UNESCO. And we are grateful to secure strategic partnerships and financial support from the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs, the Swiss Office of Communication, the Swiss Academy of Engineering Sciences, the Swiss National Science Foundation, and the Canton of Zurich. We're also very grateful to all our other partners who are listed on our event webpage for their commitment, their active involvement, and support to make this event a reality. In particular, Pratik and Charlene from UNESCO, Nidhi and Avinash from India, and Arvin and his team from Diplo. And of course, thanks to the ETH Zurich's CLE team members, especially Samuel, Sybil, and Marion, for their support. And of course, Olga from RegHorizon for her unwavering dedication and hard work during the last many months to help put this event together for us. Now, based on the feedback from the last two events, it became clear to us that whilst raising awareness and increasing the engagement in AI policy was an area we could clearly contribute towards, it was equally important that we broaden the geographic inclusiveness of this dialogue. The agenda for this year's summit reflects this feedback. In addition to latest developments in the EU and the US, this year's summit features expert contributions from India, Singapore, various countries in Africa, and Latin America. Now, this year's discussions will be centered around the themes of AI and future of work, AI and justice, AI and democracy, balancing innovation with building trust, and most importantly, how we can build bridges on these topics between regions and stakeholders to ensure that AI serves us all without infringing on our fundamental rights. We also have exciting keynotes and individual talks on specific topics running all through the week. These range from interactive panel discussions to insights about latest developments on AI policy in the US, the EU, but also the actions that are currently underway on this topic in Africa, in Switzerland, and within the academic community. So I urge you to check out the full agenda of the conference on our website which will give you a complete overview of these discussions. I will now pass the floor to my colleague, Professor Elliot Ash from ETH Zurich, who can share a few thoughts about this year's event, also from his perspective. Elliot?
Thank you, Aisha. I would like to start by seconding the welcome that Aisha has kindly extended. It's magnificent to see so many of you here today. My name is Elliot Ash. As a professor at ETH Zurich Center for Law and Economics, my work uses data science and economics to understand human as well as machine decision-making. At the Center for Law and Economics more broadly, we have a diverse group of researchers exploring the legal and economic aspects of technology and policy, also working with the ETH AI Center on regulatory issues and legal tech specifically. I'm happy to help represent the academic side of this collaboration underlying the AI Policy Summit. Our goals, broadly understood, are to understand how policymakers and entrepreneurs make decisions and to help support such decisions, in particular about AI. At ETH Zurich, we think researchers should contribute not just to AI technology, but also to AI policy. So I'll turn back to Aisha in a second, but before that, I wanted to advertise the central academic component of this summit, which is the workshop in AI plus economics with lead organizer Sergio Galeta of ETH Zurich. That workshop is all day Friday and in the morning on Saturday, and it features a stellar cast of researchers working at the intersection of AI and economics. Like the Thursday event, the Friday and Saturday workshops are hybrid, so you can see the website for more details in the Zoom link. And if you'd like to join in person in Zurich, that's great. We're a bit short on space, but feel free to contact me directly and I'll see if we can get you in. Thanks again to everybody for joining this week, and back to Aisha.
Thanks a lot, Elliot. Now, before I introduce the next session, I just wanted to remind our audience that our event offers a unique and neutral platform for people representing different walks of life to discuss in an open and respectful manner. And your views are very important to us, and we wish for these discussions to be as interactive as possible. So please do participate in the Q&A sessions, use the chat function on Zoom, and help us to ensure that your voice is heard. Now, please also note that you as a participant will get access to all follow-up summaries of the event, as well as selected recordings of the sessions. And lastly, we would be happy if you shared your impressions of the AI Policy Summit on social media, mainly on Twitter and LinkedIn, using our hashtag AI Policy Summit 2022. Now we'll be passing the floor to Philip Marsden from the Bank of England to kick off our very first panel discussion on balancing innovation with trust. I see that we are slightly early, so that's okay. It's meant to start at 1:15 Swiss time, so that will just allow the panelists to come in. And just to give you a bit more information, the panel features a keynote speech from Zhi-Qian Yong, representing the government of Singapore, followed by a panel discussion between an incredible set of panelists whose full bios you can find on our event webpage. So I pass the floor to Philip to get set up with his next session on balancing innovation with trust. Philip, the floor is yours.
And thank you very much, Aisha and Elliot, for your great introduction. And it's a pleasure to join so many people from so many jurisdictions, so many legal and economic disciplines. This is a perfect example of a way of building communications, building trust, and also sharing our own innovative attempts at governing AI. As Aisha mentioned, I'm at the Bank of England. I'm Deputy Chair of Enforcement. We have a lot of algorithmic auditing going on at the Bank of England, and I can mention that a little bit later. But to set the scene, what I'd really like for this panel to do is to focus on the wonderful words of Zhi-Qian Yong, who's come here with a keynote speech that I think you'll find fascinating on this subject. Zhi-Qian I'm so grateful that you're here online with us from the Infocom Media Development Authority of Singapore. It's really, really thrilling to hear your views on Singapore's approach to AI governance. And then, as Aisha mentioned, we've got a fantastic panel of speakers, and we do really hope that you're able to participate in your various capacities as participants in the Q&A, in the chat. I'll do my best to make sure that the most interesting questions are asked of our panelists. So we'll start with Zikin, and then we'll move on to a panel discussion and then have Q&A. Zikin, thank you so much for joining us, and over to you.
Thanks, Philip, and thanks, Aisha. It's my pleasure to be able to come and share a perspective of how we are looking at this whole area of AI governance and the initiatives that we've started over here in Singapore. I'm going to share my screen. Oops, I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a second while I get it up, right? And I think you should be able to see the presentation right about now. If not, just let me know. Okay, I'm just going to speed along and get started. So right, of how we are looking at. Sorry, am I still on? I got a message to say Zoom quit on me. I can see moving.
We can see you. Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. So what I'd like to do is to give an overview of how we're looking at building trustworthy AI, this whole issue of AI governance. One of the things that what we'll cover later is really a brief overview of how our work in AI governance sits within the overall AI strategy. We've studied different ways of looking at AI governance, and we've formed our own view of how we think we can work very constructively with industry to create a governance framework, and also jointly create, co-create some of these benchmarks and standards when we talk about being able to verify trustworthiness of AI. And then later on, I'll also talk a bit about how we are also moving upstream to see whether we could use privacy-enhancing technology to get better access to data, which is going to be very helpful in both the testing as well as the development of AI. So first, an introduction of Singapore's approach to AI. We have a vision statement of how we view AI, right? And it is encapsulated in our national AI strategy. It is available on our website. You can download and go through it, right? Essentially, what it tries to do is identify five enablers, right, that will help increase the investment in development and adoption of AI. And then we make use of 7 national AI projects to really kind of like show the way to inspire the rest of industry to follow. Now, of the 5 ecosystem enablers, right, talent, of course, is important. You need to have the people who can work with AI. A triple helix partnership, right, that actually means a collaboration with research, industry, and government, right? Data is of course important. How do we have good quality data, good data architecture that grants better access to data, because data is driving this current wave of machine learning models, right? International collaboration, right? Work that we do in the global partnership for AI, the way we contribute to OECD's work around AI, and also to the way we contribute, right, to platforms like the WEF, right, platforms like this, bringing the way we look at AI. But what I really want to dive into is really this progressive and trusted environment. Because when we started this journey on AI adoption, one of the key concerns for a lot of consumers was that the AI as a technology can get very personal, in the sense that it can personalize recommendations for you. It can really customize things for the individual. And sometimes, right, that's useful, but sometimes that can actually be a little bit.
Hi Zeke. Sorry to interrupt. Are your slides moving? Because we're still on the first slide.
Yeah, well, I'm just about to move it to the next slide now.
Okay, great.
Okay, so that's kind of like how our work in AI governance sits within the larger national AI strategy. So what are some of these concerns that I alluded to that we identified as we started looking at increasing the adoption of AI across the economy in Singapore? I think some concerns are around the quality of data. If the quality of data isn't good, it isn't sufficiently representative, you can lead to unintended discrimination or bias, as we sometimes refer to it. Of course, sometimes if AI models are not tested properly, it can be unpredictable, right? And it can sometimes misbehave and yield unexpected results. And of course, as AI is used increasingly in automating certain types of recommendations or decisions, right? There is a innate feeling from most consumers that I would like to I would like to understand, right? How is my data being used, and how are decisions being made about me? Can you explain much better, right? Than just giving me a black box, right? So how are governments reacting? I think we see a huge range, a huge spectrum. I think there are certain, well, in the earlier years, there were a number of countries where principles were issued, guidance were issued. Singapore was one of them, right? We issued a model framework. In more recent times, I think some governments are starting to issue regulations. China has introduced a law regulating recommendation engines in social media. The EU, of course, is looking at regulating AI, especially in high-risk applications. International forums, right? International platforms like OECD, UNESCO, and GPA, they've also put out recommendations. So in Singapore, what can we do, and how are we looking at it? We think that it is possible to work together with industry to translate principles into frameworks that can be implemented. And also to work with industry to start establishing what are these benchmarks and what are these standards that we should be aspiring to, so that we can not just talk about the principles of trustworthy AI, but to be able to independently verify whether some of these things that are claimed by the producers of AI systems can actually be observed. So our journey in Singapore has largely been one to facilitate, right, by providing a voluntary framework. That's something we did in 2018, 2019, right? It is a model framework. We put out the first version, we got feedback, we revised it, and we put out a second version. And the approach that we've taken is that this is at an early stage of AI deployments. Relatively early stage of AI deployment. Let's have frameworks. Let's accompany the frameworks with two things. One, a type of self-assessment guide that organizations can use to kind of go through a questionnaire and a checklist to make sure that they are on the right track and they've covered the different aspects of the framework. And the second thing that we wanted to do is actually to put out examples. So we compiled 2 volumes of a compendium of use cases, right? Collating examples.
So sorry, Zeke. The slides still aren't moving. We're still on your title slide. Is that correct?
No, I'm actually now on the well, 4th slide already.
Let's have our colleagues in Switzerland advance the slides for you. Maybe that's easier.
Yeah. So I'm actually at. Why don't I just stop sharing, right?
Yeah, and we'll take over. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Arvin, will you be putting the slides up? Thank you.
Right. I'm actually at slide 5 right now. One more. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we wanted to accompany the model framework with two things, right? A checklist, a self-assessment guide, right? And also two compendiums of use cases that collate real-world examples of companies with processes that they have put in place that can be stood up as examples of either our entire framework or parts of the framework. We believe that by doing so, showing more examples, it is easier to help companies who are interested in this area to have good examples to follow, to have questionnaires that will guide them in the implementation of framework. So that's something that we did, right, just around 2020, right before the whole world went into a global pandemic. Next slide. So one of the things that we did, right, over the last couple of years is to see what more can we contribute, right, and how can we build up this whole area of AI governance. Well, through our conversations with companies, there were a couple of things that really struck us. I think one, there is sorry, I still see a message to say that slides aren't moving. Yeah, but anyway, I'll just carry on. So we should be on this slide that talks about the scope of AI verified tests, right?
Yes, we are all good.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Yeah. So one of the things that there are a couple of things that came up, right, as we engage with industry and two things came up. One, the various principles, OECD, GPA, right, even the EU high-level expert groups principles, actually, there is a lot of convergence, there are a lot of similarity. Number two, trustworthy AI is actually one of those areas that can actually be put through certain aspects of trustworthy AI, can actually be put through certain tests, right, that can objectively try and verify some of the claims, while other other sets of other principles, you are essentially auditable in the sense that you keep a record of the documentation and decisions that were taken. But when we dwell deeper into this, right, one of the things that we realized was that we were relatively early in the stage of AI governance testing, that there aren't enough standards and benchmarks, right? What does good look like? What are the parameters, right, within which, right, when you perform fairness or bias testing in a particular context, what's acceptable and what's not? When we talk about explainability, how do you select which are the major parameters that you will want to use, right, when you are trying to provide an explanation of how the model is influenced by what type of input data? There was a lot of work that needs to be done, and that's why we set out in the next step. The next step, which is represented by our AI verified efforts, is to take the work that we've done previously around a framework and an audit framework, right, and to incorporate open source components that can test certain parts. Of the AI governance framework. So we embarked on an attempt, right, to rationalize, right, the various principles into the grouping, the principles that you see on the screen, right, in front of you, and then to also identify which of the aspects are testable and what software solutions are available, right, and which of the other aspects, right, we have to depend on process checks. It's summarized on the screen in front of us, right? I don't really want to go through line by line. I'm happy to share this set of slides later so that we can take a look. Or if you're interested, a much more comprehensive document is available on our website. Next slide, please. So now what we have entered a stage where we have launched and open pilots, right, to get as many companies to come test with us as possible. Because essentially what we want to be able to do is to identify use cases and sectors. For example, credit scoring, HR application, right, or for example, review of CDs, right, or even recommendation engines, right? Identify specific sectors, right, and start testing enough of these models with companies who are willing to do so with us, and together start establishing what benchmarks should look like, what are achievable, and what we think are defensible, especially when we want to be accountable to our business partners, to our own customers, and to start creating these benchmarks, using this testing tool as the entry point. And we believe that by doing so, we will be able to help progress the conversation of AI governance, of trustworthy AI, from principles towards something that's concrete, and hopefully in future with something that is objectively verifiable. Next slide, please. So I think I've covered this already. So I think what I'd like to do, next slide, please. I'll move on to the next topic, beyond testing of AI systems, we also are trying to go upstream, When we want to talk about responsible AI development, I think one of the things that we want to be able to look at is to see how can we have data sharing, but in a very responsible way. As I mentioned earlier, the current wave of AI is really largely driven by machine learning models, that require data. Previously, it's always been about sharing of data, moving and disclosing data sets around, Is there a better way of doing that? Are we able to use this class of privacy-enhancing technologies that has been developed to see how can we do two things, How can we allow companies to have better access to data? How can we use privacy-enhancing technology, for example, to create synthetic data sets that might help with testing, And for example, looking at techniques like federated learning, how can we employ some of these kind of technology where post-development, when a model has been deployed, you can use some of these techniques to continue receiving training signals and to be able to continue to enhance your model, So we looked at this group of privacy-enhancing technologies, and we believe that this set of technology can help us with getting better access to data, to encourage the flow of insights without disclosing data, and it might actually be helpful. But of course, the technology is fairly new, and we are unsure whether the promise of the technology can actually be fulfilled. So what we've done is actually to move ahead with a PET, privacy enhancing technology sandbox, Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is a slide of showing the list of technologies that may be classified under privacy enhancing technologies, Based on our discussions with industry, different technology at different state of readiness, but essentially ready enough to start piloting, But the key thing is really matching the technology to the commercial use case and then discovering its limits, How useful it is, what it can actually achieve, and how do we actually deploy it. Next slide, please. So the purpose of our privacy enhancing technology is really a PET sandbox, Is really to see how we can work together with industry to try to use PETs to solve some of the problems. And over here, we have designed our PET sandbox to try and focus, the projects that we will attract, to cover three areas. One, something that we've seen common often enough, How do you identify common users in two data sets, which will help companies, especially in early stages of discussion, to see whether they should progress with a commercial discussion. It's helpful for the initial partnership, but I think what is more interesting is actually the next two sets of archetypes. How do we use privacy enhancing technology to be able to enrich data sets by making inferences, but without actually sharing data? And how do we do it well? So that's one way of increasing access to data that might help with AI development. And second, and of course, the third use case, how to make more data available for AI development and testing. Next slide, please. So, we've introduced a PET sandbox, right? Idea being that we can work together with industry to find the best match. The sandbox is open, right? We're evaluating a few applications right now, and what we are trying to achieve with this sandbox is really, as I mentioned, how do we match PETs with the right commercial real-world use case? How do we discover together with industry as we pilot these applications, what the technical boundaries are, and more importantly, from a regulatory aspect, how can we provide regulatory certainty that certain things and certain users and certain applications are actually permitted under data protection laws, and these are the boundaries that you need to work within in order to be able to make use of it, right? What we ask are that, any use case owner who is actually interested, you can come and apply, right? As long as you are able to fit into one of the three archetypes that I mentioned in the last slide, right? What we do to try and support, we are able to provide a bit of funding to try and get the pilot started. And also, if you need to be linked up with a PET solution providers, we do have a few that we work with that we are able to do so. But you are definitely free to come together as a consortium with your partners, partnerships in place. And the last thing that we request really is that we do this so that we can help the rest of the industry. So at the end of it, right, what we hope to be able to do is to create a case study that will share the learnings of the project. And then together, sitting side by side with that, we will issue some kind of regulatory guidance so that people will understand what are the boundaries, regulatory boundaries within which this kind of project can, the PET technologies can be deployed. So this is how we are looking at using PET technology to support AI development, especially in a very responsible way. And I think I've come to the end of my presentation. I'll be looking forward to the Q&A at the panel later.
Thank you so much, Zikin, and your slides are extremely helpful, and I understand we're going to be able to look at them afterwards as well. Thank you so much. I'd like to turn now to Dr. Kirsten Johansson Baker from the Swiss Federal Statistical Office to get your views, Kirsten, on the various things that your government is doing with respect to this area, especially your competence network on AI and your government's initiatives in Switzerland. And also any reflections you might have on Zikin's description of the work he and his team are doing in Singapore, and compare it with your own, if you like. Thank you very much, Kirsten.
Thank you, Philip. And above all, thank you, Zikin, for sharing all those learnings from Singapore, all that work. We are in the infancy compared to you. Let's say I'm very much in admiration, and I don't think our CNAI is comparable yet, but maybe a few words about this CNAI Competence Network for AI. That's one of the initiatives that was started by the Swiss government a bit more than a year ago. It was very much born out of thoughts about digitalization, and of course AI is a key aspect of it. So how can we promote trustworthy AI within the Swiss federal administration, right? Which is very much in line with what Zikin just mentioned. We and of course citizens want to know, like consumers want to know, how do you use my data? There's a lot of worry, obviously. So it is very important to start initiatives like that can show what the government is doing. So the CNI is very much meant as an enabler and a facilitator, not an actual provider of AI services per se, but we do provide services like a terminology, a validated terminology. So, as you might know, Switzerland has 4 official languages. So in a country where we already speak so many languages, it is really important that at least in the political realm and within the federal administration, we try to speak the same language when it comes to AI and new technologies in general. What we've also started doing is, and by no means, we don't have such a nice compendium as you have in Singapore. We have a very modest list, but you have to start somewhere, of AI projects that do exist within the federal administration, really in an attempt to show the public what's being done, what the maturity level of these projects are. And the list was actually just updated last Friday. We're trying to ask everyone. If you look at it, you'll see that it's mostly, for the moment, proof of concepts, minimal viable products. So although we do not have a sandbox per se, I think that also mirrors what's being experienced elsewhere, as in Singapore, that there are first steps everywhere, and also trying what's possible or not. And yeah, I am from the CNAI at the Swiss Federal Statistical Office, but of course the CNAI by no means operates in a vacuum, in an isolated way. We have, of course, federal agencies that are very involved in negotiations abroad about AI regulations, because for the moment, Switzerland, not being in the EU, is a bit wait and see. Also, what has started within the federal government for, Zikin mentioned competency, and that we need competence within and in a network. And for example, the Data Science Competence Center has been started also at the Swiss Federal Statistical Office, to have this in-house knowledge to be able to bridge and go forward, which is really important when we also about to have a federal strategy for data science, which should also bring some code of conduct for responsible data science and AI, which I think is really important. And Switzerland being Switzerland, not everything happens at the federal level, and you'll hear more about it in the coming days, I believe. But many sandboxes and trials and things happen at the cantonal level, and I think you'll hear about that. So I think although we don't have everything the same place, we are slowly moving forward, and also to generate trust, because I think that's absolutely paramount for the citizen and for such an ecosystem to be able to exist, right? That, let's be honest, trying to show, here's what we're doing, here's how far we've gone, here are the experts that are available. And the idea is actually to expand the network so that we can bring all stakeholders to have this conversation about AI in Switzerland and beyond, because without collaboration and partners, it's not really very possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. I was thrilled by the fact that both of you emphasized the need for collaboration, of course, not only amongst government departments, but also with the stakeholders. And it's an area where I think governments, generally speaking, will be at different levels with respect to setting up their frameworks, as we've seen just now. But in my view, at least, industry and some parts of academia are ahead of governments in this area. And so I think that need for collaboration is really important. I do have a quick question for both of you from the chat, which I'll ask, and then I'll give you a minute to think about it while I talk about something in the UK. The question we have is, what do you think of the UNESCO Global Agreement on the Ethics of AI? And that's an agreement amongst 193 member states. But I should point out that, like most things at the UN, their recommendations, not actual real agreements. But think about your answer for that. I just want to mention something in the UK we're doing. We've set up something called the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, which is a overarching cooperation platform amongst the Financial Conduct Authority, the Competition and Markets Authority, Ofcom, our telecommunications regulator, and our Privacy Office. And there are some of our first work plans are actually relating to algorithmic auditing and other areas. And I have to say that not only having those different perspectives, very different policy perspectives from different government departments brought together, is helping each individual agency make better decisions. So, for example, you can imagine some sort of technological solution that, say, the Ofcom regulator might advise we do, and then you say, well, actually that might harm competition, or it might harm privacy. So you have the privacy people come in together, the competition people to come in together, and try to find something that achieves the objectives of the regulator in question, but in the least harmful manner, or ideally a beneficial manner to the other areas. And we learn a lot from industry from that too. And we'll have them come and sit in multi-stakeholder events and say to us, we don't think that'll work. And then what I particularly like about that is that you'll have different industry participants, and of course some companies will come in and say something that's primarily in their own business interest. And it's nice to have other people in the room who say, actually, no, we won't just do what you say. And we might not just do what the government department in question is saying. We'll do something that's most effective in terms of balancing in the innovative action we're trying to do and trust. A final thing I'd note there is at the Bank of England, we have decided to dip our toes into the water of regulating cloud providers. Normally this would be done by a telecommunications agency or by a competition and markets authority. But our view about cloud is that it's a critical third party provider for very large banks and other financial services operators. And so like other countries, we are designating the providers, and you can think of two of them in question, I'm sure, as critical service providers. And rather than wait for the cloud data storage facility to fall over and us to have a mini financial crisis or something like that, which we're quite used to here in the UK, we're putting obligations on them, as Kirsten mentioned, a code of conduct on the cloud providers to attain a certain level of resilience. That's their business model, by all means, resilience, and so that we can ensure their customers, the banks, which we regulate, that this is a safe environment, and then we run tests of their resilience through algorithmic audits. And so this is something that's new in the UK, but it's something that I think does make sense for a central bank where there's a very strong financial services industry central bank to be involved. Anyway, let's go back to my question. We had a question from the chat. Zikin, you first. What do you think of the UNESCO Global Agreement on the Ethics of AI? And then over to you, Kirsten. Zikin first.
Yeah, good question. Actually, Singapore was part, and I was part of the delegation that contributed to the UNESCO meeting that came up with that. I went through quite a number of weeks of very long discussions last year. I think that when we are looking at different principles and guidelines that have been put out by different organizations, I think one of the things that we need to understand is to whom are these guidelines addressed, right? And that will better help us appreciate how to go about doing it. I think a simple example, the OECD ones is very clearly addressed to policymakers, and it helps them think about what are the policy areas I need to cover when I'm putting policies in place to promote responsible AI and develop AI. The UNESCO ones really targeted at the people working with AI. So that's why it's a longer document. It goes into a lot more detail. And throughout the whole process, one of the things that we were trying to achieve is actually to try to be as comprehensive as possible, provide those guidance. But as a document, it is not intended that every single recommendation be adopted in every single case. It would be quite impossible to get any project off the ground if you were to adopt all those recommendations in every project, right? But it's intended to provide a good collection targeted at, as I mentioned, people working with AI, the developers, right, and the system owners, so that they're able to reference this and have a good sense of when you have an international community, what are the things, right, that we've been looking at, and what are the things that we are pointing at as good practices. But fundamentally, I think it still comes back to individual organizations taking that responsibility within itself to figure out how am I going to be responsible to my customers? How am I going to be responsible to my shareholders and board, right, in the decisions that we are making? How do I document them? And how do I, which are the practices that we think are achievable in our context, having in mind the constraints that we operate in, right? I think that's the most important part for turning these principles into actual reality.
That's such a good point, Zikin, that kind of humility, regulatory humility in a sense, of knowing our limits and where we need to rely on others is very, very key point. Kirsten, any reactions to the question I had or other thoughts you might have?
Disclaimer, I am not in a unit that's directly involved in policy making, but and you might hear more about that in the coming days, but we do have guidelines within the federal administration for responsible AI, human-centered AI, and then there's, of course, as public servants, right? We are meant to serve citizens, and very importantly, the public good. How that is put in practice can be more difficult, which is also why the data science federal data science strategy will clarify what's meant, how we can put in practice. But a human-centered data science and AI for public good, that is absolutely central to our endeavors, and in that way, very much in line with most recommendations. But I do not myself follow the development of those policies and make sure they're in line with every framework out there. But of course, Switzerland is very involved in all of them.
Of course. Thank you very much. Now we're going to turn to Dorian Seltz from Squirro. We mentioned various stakeholders that we need to be involved with and to make sure that they're around the table. And one of the things I noticed from many cases I worked on when I was at the Competition Authority before joining the bank, I worked on a lot of retail banking initiatives where we used open API and data portability remedies to inject some competition into the banking sector. And we relied primarily in that regard as not only the beneficiaries of our initiatives, which were SMEs, but also some of the entrants that we wanted to come on and invent new products using our data sandbox and the various data we ordered the banks to collect and share. Those beneficiaries also were the fintech intermediaries, or by definition SMEs, that are seeking VC funding to be able to show proof of concept and develop their work. So it was actually SMEs helping SMEs, if you will, but thanks to the large levers of government and the large data sets of the incumbent banks. Dorian, if you're with us, I'd love to hear your reflections on private sector initiatives and the all important SME needs and roles, and how best you can contribute to this area. What would you like to see people do better, Dorian?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor here, Philip. Dorian is my name. I'm CEO of Skur, a AI company based here in Zurich. And as a matter of fact, we work for a lot of financial institutions and do indeed a lot of work in that domain. Disclosure, we work for the Bank of England. We also work for other central banks like the European Central Bank. And actually, as a matter of fact, we have been sort of on the receiving end of the regulation in Singapore. And maybe I can pick up on this example and showcase a bit what's possible. And so Standard Chartered is a well-known brand in Singapore and around the globe. Maybe not so much here in Switzerland, unless everybody is watching football and see them as a jersey sponsor of Liverpool FC. But it's, depending on who you ask, the largest or second largest global transaction bank, at least in Southeast Asia. And we've been picked on a global innovation program by Standard Chartered to support them in various fields. One of them is where we do today a lot of work with them is their back office, and within their back office of the commercial institutional banking group, CCIB, we help them classify incoming cases. These are cases, I simplify here a bit, as somebody wanting to wire 10 million, say, US dollars to Singapore. If that is a smaller bank, that does not normally happen direct, but it happens through a correspondence bank, and Standard Chartered happens to be one of those correspondent banks. And in a multi-regulation, multi-legacy, multi-language, multi environment, in the best of houses, things can go wrong. That is, it happens actually, as a matter of fact, quite frequently that such a transaction gets stuck someplace. And this is an actual matter of fact, quite costly and cumbersome affair where hundreds, literally thousands of people around the globe are involved trying to fix this, because obviously the CFO of those two organizations that have either initiated the $10 million transfer or on the receiving end of the $10 million transfer are not really happy about this happening. So Standard Chartered together with us started to work first in a sandbox environment and now actually in production for about 2 years, about taking a technology we provide, which is really good in classifying unstructured data sets, because what we deal here with is predominantly lengthy email threads. CFO of company A being angry, going to their bank, that bank goes eventually to Standard Chartered Bank or the other CFO. You have language, very long multi-threaded emails that you need to recognize what went wrong. And we, in a cooperation between the giant, Standard Chartered, us sort of the mouse, a smaller company out of Switzerland, have started to collaborate. First in a sandbox environment where we started to test out whether the type of technology we developed will be able to kind of like recognize what went wrong. And if so, then attribute that to the appropriate workflow. And that was a very fruitful experience because obviously the larger bank having all the data, also having the business pain, and us smaller companies with a couple of innovative ideas had to go at that. You kind of like leverage, I think, as someone who has built startups for the past 25 years, you actually have the leverage to two key elements. You leverage size and reach of the incumbent with agility and innovation of the small unit. And that combination actually proved extremely successful. We have today recognition rates in some of the product domains, and there are dozens of product domains within that Standard Chartered setup, where we have recognition rates of significantly above 95%. And that is a game changer. That is a game changer in terms of the throughput and in terms of the times to resolution that can be significantly cut, and especially obviously also the cost base that can be significantly cut. And we saw that up live, see what you actually have introduced us to. When we started 4 or 5 years ago, the MAS in Singapore had nothing out there, if I may say, right? And then gradually you came in and started to provide guidance to the financial institutions in Singapore. Initially, I remember that 3 years ago, it was simply declaring what type of AI type of work one is doing, what type of models one is using, and now you see every year you provide a more succinct and actually relevant framework to help guide the work that a private institution does and effectively make it safe. And I compare that initially, obviously, there was a bit of a pushback. Why would somebody want to do this? Hey, let's go and try out. And the analogy I often use also with work we do as an example with the European Central Bank and others in the same domain, I compared it a bit to airline standards. Airlines are super safe. All of us probably here on this call in one way or the other have taken an airplane. Now to fly on 10,000 meters, 30,000 feet is actually very unpleasant exercise would there not be an aluminum tube covering you, right? Because if any one of us steps out of that plane, we would immediately explode and then shock freeze, given the temperature and the pressure differences, right? And we do that every day because it's safe. Why is it safe? Because it's probably one of the industries that has been regulated the toughest and longest. You cannot introduce any part into an airliner without this not being rigorously tested. And if you don't do that, you have disasters like the 737. Now, AI does not necessarily immediately try to take anyone to 10,000 meters altitude, 30,000 feet, but some of the decisioning that AI-supported workflows can do can have consequences. So I think that combination of try out a few new things, but at the same time, and as an example, do that in a sandbox, but then also have sort of a framework of guidance by the regulators, be that the central bank, be that in Singapore, also the Monetary Authority of Singapore, to kind of like have that back and forth, a bit like the FAA in the airline industry has done in the first 60, 70 years of its existence, I think is a super useful way to explore what's possible, but do that in a responsible way. So I only can encourage the type of work you guys do, both at in Singapore, but also you guys over at the Bank of England that I have happened to see.
Thank you so much, Dorian. And it's great to hear your descriptions of, sort of real world collaboration, real world developments of things. Sometimes areas, as you say, where actually government or the regulators have been crucial in enhancing a development or making a development possible through regulation or through convening interesting groups together. I'm going to turn to one of the money men now, Andreas Iten from F10. We obviously, a lot of these fantastic initiatives, at least in the private sector, don't get off the ground without a little bit of funding. In the UK, we have a fund called Nesta, which we made the banks pay into to therefore then be able to give money to prize winners, fintech intermediaries to develop new proofs of concept, but inevitably their development, their choice tools that they added onto our phones through their ability to access the bank's data through regulated sandboxes was only able to be spread and scaled, obviously, with VC funding. So, Andreas, I'd like to give you the opportunity to tell us what you think about from an investor's perspective. And also an example, if you will, of what are the best things you've seen where you can contribute, or the VC community generally can contribute in assisting the ethical development of AI.
Fortunately, Philip, we can't see Andreas with us in the room.
Okay, so is he on audio?
We're just trying to contact him, so I don't know what's happening with him. So unfortunately, I think you will just have to improvise a little bit here.
No problem. Well, if he comes in,
we're chasing him. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if not, I mean, and Andreas is not able to be with us right at this moment, then I can turn to other things. I mean, we have some questions in the chat. One of them is for Kirsten. Is the SCAI only for regulators or administration, or are there abilities for SMEs to feed into that or be involved?
Thank you for the question. I guess it's CNAI that was meant, but
yes, it must be. Yes, sorry.
Yes. So the answer is, it's really recent. It's small with the resources we have. We're starting from the inside with responsibility and a mandate first to look at who's doing what within the federal administration. But it is not meant to remain closed, right? It's meant as an open network and to involve more stakeholders. So yes, ultimately there will be a possibility for other stakeholders to join. We are currently looking at collaborating with another network to get access to institutional academic institutions, and there is also, we also have a new node for regulation questions, and it is not totally forbidden for other stakeholders to ask questions. We're small, we're growing from the inside, but no, it's meant to increase, and hopefully in the future, either through CNAI or another node, or it's yes, all people in the business of AI within Switzerland somehow should be in a network, because that's the point, right? I think we've already seen enough. If you want to build AI, if you want to build trustworthy AI, you need to collaborate, you need to discuss these questions, and you can't do it in isolation. So that's really important. So, but we can't do it quite yet. Almost there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kirsten. Andreas, have we got him yet?
No.
Not yet. I don't know what's going on. Sorry about this.
No problem. I've got a question for Zikin now. Does the Singaporean government foresee that the currently voluntary guidance to its approach to AI governance will in the future lead to mandatory rules?
Well, speaking from the perspective of how do you make mandatory rules, right? I think the first thing that we need to be concerned about is there a problem that requires regulatory intervention and that requires the introduction of rules? I think at this stage, we don't see something very obvious right now, right? But we do see that there is a demand for consumers for greater confidence and trust in how their data is used. There's demand by business partners that if I'm buying this solution from you, how do I make sure that you are able to back me up and help me provide the explanation when my customers are asking? Are these issues that require regulation? I don't think so, right? Not at this point in time, right? But I think that a lot of the work that we are trying to do is really to just try and see how are we addressing some of these concerns. How are we building those standards so that in future we are able to better explain and better defend? Now, will a day come when regulations will be introduced? I would say that, well, never say never. I think we have examples of airplanes, with examples of cars, right? At some point in time, when it is pervasive enough and issues do crop up, there will be requirements to introduce regulation. But usually when regulations introduced, it's very specific to address a problem. And I think that what we are trying to do right now is to try and build up those standards and practices so that in the future time, when you need to start regulating, well, let's wait for that time. Let's see what requires regulation. But at least we'll be in a better position to see what good looks like and what the appropriate standard should look like at that point.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It's so true when you're dealing with a fast-moving area like the one we're talking about, but also with very important ethical issues that people often ask, you know, where is the regulation in this area? Would it be easier if there was regulation? But equally, regulation can set the groundwork for innovation and competition, as we've said. But equally, regulation can be quite stultifying and it's as agile as a small regulator tries to be. Once it's laid down in stone, it's very hard to change it. And so I think regulation is inevitable in these areas, but it's so good to learn, you know, where good is from each other. And also, frankly, I learn more, I think, from other people's mistakes and my own mistakes. So when governments are actually transparent enough to say, look, we tried this, we feel that regulation is needed, or we tried something else and we feel regulation is not needed, it's really good to show your workings and to be able, so other governments can decide whether or not that's appropriate for their market structure, for the concerns they've got, and for their own democratic policy, for want of another word. I just wanted to turn back to Dorian, if I might. What have you heard today so far from Kirsten and from Zikin and from myself, I guess, that is not enough? You would like to see more, or where you think that the private sector can contribute more, and we are in learning mode, we're in listening mode right now as regulators, and where if you had the opportunity to address us as you do now, what would you be telling people to think about as your top 3 concerns in a way?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having that unique platform to pitch you what I do, right? Again, you know, taking the example as I have seen it really upfront in life in Singapore over the past years, this gradual approach, I think is really exemplary. I must really say, because it is a back and forth between industry and different government bodies that effectively all of us, let's make it plain and simple, are a bit fishing in the dark, right? Nobody knows what a good set of AI relevant regulations is. Nobody does. At least I do not know. And even though that there are now, say, on the European Union level, some initial and also elsewhere, some initial, we just discussed about UNESCO and so on, some initial sort of guidelines and so on. Real hard regulation is not yet around. To come back to that example of the airline industry where you have that, I do think this eventually must happen for the exact reason why we actually board a plane and it's safe. Because if you don't, it'll not be safe, right? We all know of, and there are funny videos on that on YouTube, that so-called autonomous vehicles on turning left, one of the bigger problems in autonomous driving, still struggle mightily. And if you go and read the reportings of even a world leader like Tesla, right, what they actually report to the National Safety Transportation Board is that they don't know how to manage that turn left thing. Now, what would I do? What the 3 wishes? I think one wish I'd have in sort of some of those regulations are relatively vague today for good reason, because we don't yet know what actually is the good thing. I just laid it out. But, you know, we can start by forcing all participants to do a couple of simple things, like what are the methods, what are the algorithmical methods you use to do that prediction? What are the methods in AI you use, right? What's the data input you use? What is the expected output? And by the way, can you point to failures of the predictions, or the prediction is really off, right? Like as an example on that turn left thing in autonomous cars. Now, this sounds like coming from a entrepreneur, a bit counterintuitive, to ask for ever more tighter guidelines. The reason I put this to is to come back to an analogy I sometimes use from your country, Philip, from Great Britain, right? Till 1800, and I forgot always the year, what is it, 50 or 1856 or something like that, you had different gauges on the railways. If you wanted to get from London to Edinburgh, you had to change the trains about 3 times or so, because the gauges were different, so you couldn't have an interconnected rail service running from London all the way to Edinburgh, which obviously 100 years later, we all consider total nonsense. You sit in one of those fabulous trains, and 4 hours later, non-stop, you're up in Edinburgh. 150 years ago, this was not the standard. And eventually the government stepped in, and there was a national standardization, rail standardization summer, where they re-gauged a good chunk of the British rail network. And it is a bit with that in mind that I ask early on to think about what could be the standard gauge, right? To talk about trains, where if once you've settled on that, and by the way, the same is with containers, right? Nobody doubts that containerization was what was the essential underpinning for globalization. Now one can think of globalization good or bad. All of us have profited in some way or the other. Let not the detractors have the field day. And there again, it was standardization, right? We've settled on a certain measurement of that standard container, and everything else is history. So make it plain and simple. Give you an example. As an example, for the European Central Bank, where we have chosen in a competitive RFP to supply them with a supervisory solution, where we help them go through the tens of thousands of commercial documents that a commercial bank needs to submit, and then to check against the regulation in place within the Eurosystem. We have developed a catalog of about 80 or so plus risk models with which we categorize all of these incoming documents, counterparty risks as an example. And obviously this is testing, this is trialing, because there is no standard out there. But in the next 2 years, I would hope that there is some standardization, at least of the container in which we bring, as an example, such a counterparty risk. Why? For 2 reasons. Number one, to have level of confidence into the system. You increase confidence into the system by its standardization. Number one. And number two, to enable effectively cross-learning. Say, the counterparty risk that we're going to detect in a commercial bank's documents, that is not so different whether it's in the Eurozone or whether it's, say, in Singapore or in Switzerland or in the United Kingdom. They don't all belong to the Euro system, but the counterparty risks in bank documents are maybe not in detail the same, but they're kind of like directionally the same. Even if you read the applicable regulation, that's not so different. So in the moment you have standardization, you can effectively start to exchange these models as an example. And if you start to exchange these models, not just between regulators, but also within the commercial banks, what you effectively do is standardization as an example in their compliance domain. And what you do with that is effectively you help put in safeguards that make the financial system more stable in the mid to longer term sequence of events. Again, by simply following the analogy of what happened in the moment you put in same standard gauge in the railways or a standard container in global shipping. That would be my wish to the regulators. So you not a uniform as in too strict at the moment. We maybe need another 5 years, 10 years to figure out what the details are, but a clear roadmap that the regulators together with industry will come up with a very clear standard process of doing these things in the AI space. I think that would be beneficial for everyone because it gives how you call that in English, Nachvollziehbarkeit. It makes it comprehensible. It makes it fair and comprehensible to all players in the field.
Thank you so much, Dorian. Kirsten and Zikin. Zikin first. Reactions? Questions?
Yeah, no, I wanted to very quickly pick up on what Dorian just said, because he's just given us 2 very good illustrations of when regulation is required, right? The example of the gauge. Well, we're not talking about regulating trains. There was a very clear problem. The problem statement is it is causing a lot of inconvenience having to switch trains, and trains can't move across, right? And then they identified a very clear intervention, which is the gauge, right, of the trains are the issue. By standardizing, we solve the problem. And then you introduce regulatory intervention to solve that. I think that's a typical example of when I think the usual approach. And I am particularly intrigued by this other example about whether it is possible to have certain standardization of models so that you're able to understand model behavior much better, and you can exchange models to achieve, again, in the context that you shared, right, a very clear result. You want regulators need to be able to exchange that kind of model to understand and perform their task better. Again, very clear objective and a very clear intervention. And I think that it is as we work with AI, and as we discover where some of these things might be necessary, I would say at some point in time in the future, as it becomes more pervasive, we probably will be able to identify these areas. But it is beholden on us to continue these conversations and continue these efforts so that we are better able to identify. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I've been collecting a range of questions already, but we do have Andreas Iten with us now. And so I'd like to turn over to you, Andreas, to give us the view I mentioned earlier from the investor's perspective and how the VC community may be able to assist in the ethical development of AI. Andreas.
Thanks very much, and I'm very sorry for being late here. I had massive technical problems. I was not able to dial in, but great to be here in that group and discuss about that very, very important topic. So maybe quick background, F10, we are a global investor. We invest into early stage companies in the fintech insurance space. So we deploy quite a lot of capital to young, innovative companies, which a lot of them are making use of emerging technologies such as AI, machine learning. And I'm happy to be here to speak a little bit about the investor's perspective. So as you know, I think there's a lot of money flowing into early stage innovation. And also there are a lot of companies, growing out of this startup culture, which also means for a VC that there is kind of I would say a responsibility coming with that. So means, if we back companies which potentially become unicorns and also potentially become kind of the next big techs, that, we have certain responsibilities when it's about AI. And I think with so much power in the VC hands, I think we indeed have a responsibility which we need to cover, as we do when we, for instance, invest into areas where it has an impact on the environment, on social or on governance aspects, as with ESG. And that's why I think it's very important for us that we give ourselves the mandate to develop methodologies of how we can make sure that we get to this so-called ethical AI. That means that we have a common understanding of, the responsibilities on both sides. So not only those who invest money into companies, as well as those people who work on certain things, which could potentially be also misused for certain things. As you can imagine, as an investor, I tend to be not very much in favor of regulation, obviously, because we believe that very much could also kill innovation and new things. On the other hand, when things become more mature and then also relevant, I think we have a responsibility. So at the end of the day, it's a lot about balancing the two different aspects of making sure that new things can be developed. On the other side, also making sure that those things are used only for things which don't create negative impact. As being very active in the more financial sector, I would say we already have a lot of regulation in place, which we think are already applicable for technology like artificial intelligence. So that means from that perspective, there's probably not such a big need to kind of further regulate that. But on the other hand, I think kind of a self-regulation among the players in the industry is something which from our perspective is probably the way how we should treat, at least, you know, when it's about early stage investments. So that's a little bit, I think, my 2 cents from an investor perspective. And again, sorry for being you know, a late joiner here in the panel.
Andreas, thanks so much. So I have a question from the chat for all of you. I mean, it's quite perceptive, actually, and I'm sure it's absolutely correct how this is going to develop. The questioner asks, isn't the future of AI governance a combination of stringent AI regulation, i.e. hard law for high and unacceptable risk application, you know, for example, social scoring or surveillance, and then industry research codes of conduct, as has been mentioned, so soft law. But in the case of the European AI Act, how can we make the legislation future-proof? And I guess this also goes to the point I was making about, you know, it's nice in certain circumstances to be able to provide business and investors with clear rules that are hard rules that, you know, people can understand. But at the same time, and with the developing technologies, how do you make them evolve with the industry? I'll turn to Zikin first, and then Kirsten, and then hear Andreas's views as well.
Well, I think that in the future, right? And I think the examples that we've heard today about banking regulation, those develop over decades, if not hundreds of years, right? A lot of it takes time to develop these technologies. So I think that in the future, right, at some the question is correct. There is going to be certain aspects of AI, right, when deployed in certain circumstances, where testing will be required as a mandatory legal requirements. I think that we should expect that day to come. But at the same time, AI is a technology that's pretty horizontal. It's going to turn up in very many products and services. I think that we should expect to see in the future some form of, how should I say this, some form of a tiering of approaches. There might be certain applications where there is certain expectation for greater accountability. So even if there isn't a hard, what I call a hard law regulatory mandatory requirements, there might be expectations that you conform to certain industry standards. Take cloud services, data centers as an example, right? If you want to be in that space, well, there are a few well-known ISO standards that a lot of cloud service providers will aim for. Currently, is there regulation to say that you must achieve it? Actually, no. I think in many countries, they go for it because they know that it helps them give assurance to business partners, give assurance to customers. So you will find a tier, right, of AI in products and services that might evolve into that stage, right? So I would say that through certifications, through standard setting, you will have a second tier, right, below the hard regulation. We might actually find a lower tier, right, where it will be voluntary, right? So I think that we should be expecting this kind of tiering in the future. And the more we work around and build up the standards, and the more we are working together to establish these standards, I think the more quickly we will be able to arrive at a stage.
Thank you. Kirsten, anything to add to that view?
Yeah, going back to the horizontal nature of AI, I couldn't agree more, right? At least for the moment, from what I see within Switzerland, we don't really want to regulate the technology per se, and rather looking, at least from the also government's perspective, trying to inform people about what we do, what the methods are, and why. Because of course citizens want to know, but in many ways it's not that mature yet. And yes, it's going to pop up in many places. Sometimes meteorological applications, they're not very sensitive, and you're actually quite happy to know that there is thunderstorm now casting. Whereas other applications with very sensitive citizen data are going to take more time, and which is fair enough, and that's normal. So we're probably going to see also sector-specific differences, I guess.
Thank you. And Andreas, your thoughts on that point, the sort of a mixture of hard and soft regulation. How do you work your way around that or with it?
I think, yeah, thanks very much. I think very good inputs. You know, I'm a very big fan of not regulating the technology. I think this definitely doesn't make any sense. Also, what you know, has been said before is also in something which I would fully support. It's so difficult actually to regulate the technology because that can be used for any different use cases, and it doesn't really make sense just to regulate it. I think Switzerland has made a quite clever approach also with the whole crypto space, and basically it was just applying the existing regulation, you know, with some tweaks and dares, and also, you know, implementing some special licenses. For instance, sandbox and also the fintech license is something which I think is a very good example of regulating things without really going too deep into technology and starting to regulate the technology. I think that could also be very much applied to AI. And as I think, you know, it's also still very, very important that, you know, there is space to test things out, right? And I think there is this self-regulation approach that you take over the responsibility is so key, right? That this really happens, and it needs a lot of, I would say, like collaboration between the regulator and, you know, those who innovate, because at the end of the day, you know, it's not something you can just write in a paper and then set in stone. It's something which is evolving, right? There's so many ideas popping up, so many opportunities popping up, and I think it's very important to keep up a close collaboration and exchange between the regulator and those who innovate, because only with that you can make sure that you, at the end of the day, you define something which doesn't, you know, destroy opportunities, and on the other hand also protects, you know, certain areas from being misused, or maybe, you know, create some negative impact. So that's my view.
Thank you very much. And a very good point from Robin in the chat, that the challenge will be to translate the laws and regulations into standards and frameworks. And there's still no mature framework worldwide, as we're seeing already. But for the trustworthiness of the technology, everyone needs to simplify their language with the terminology so that we're speaking the same languages. A question for Kirsten. How do you think the European AI Act eventually, and its mandatory rules on high-risk AI, how do you think that will influence third countries? Will it create a Brussels effect? And also, I'm interested in Dorian's views on that as well. Kirsten.
I shall answer from my personal perspective, since I'm not directly involved in my professional role. Let's put it that way. You'll hear more from it, I'm sure, in the coming days from our ambassadors. But let's put it this way. Since the AI Act, the way it is now, affects any EU citizen, you know, even if that citizen is living abroad, it's going to be quite difficult to not care about what's happening with that regulation, really. Unless you really just develop a product for your little neighborhood or your canton, I can't really see how we can sort of escape. If possible, we should try to be in the conversation. And I think the definition of AI is still a bit of a problem, if I may say so, going back to what we've just discussed, but not my place to say what it's going to be like in the future, but I have a strong feeling that we are definitely going to be affected. And I think there is a lot of uncertainty in Switzerland. I hear also from PMEs, even if we're not directly serving them for now, but yes, that there is uncertainty, and it would be better to know.
Thank you. And Dorian, what are your thoughts about this idea that when a very big jurisdiction comes in with mandatory rules, for example, like the European Union's prospective rules, will your attention be tipping to that as the most largest body of rules that you have to deal with, or will you still be urging collaboration and learnings within the EU from other third-party jurisdictions?
Well, I think I have a bit of contrarian view to Andreas, right? Again, to take the example of the FAA, the Federal Aviation Authority. The Federal Aviation Authority for the past 8 years has effectively determined how planes are built worldwide. It has effectively been a competitive advantage to be able to determine how planes are built and operated safely. So what the European Union does here, and we can debate whether the approach is good or whether there are weaknesses in the approach or so, what the European Union is doing here is in a way very similar to the whole GDPR framework, where the European Union also has been the first and biggest regulator and uniform area to impose some restrictions on what can be done with data. Again, we can debate whether the cookie click away elements on any web page is now really a fantastic result of that regulation. It's not. But to effectively force everyone to think a bit about privacy, to think about personal data is good. And see what happened. California has effectively followed suit. They have effectively adopted GDPR regulation and obviously called it a bit different, but effectively it's a copycat thing of what the Europeans have been doing. So I do not think that regulation per se is bad. It has been given a bad name in these more liberal times we've been seeing over the past 20, 25 years or so. But if you think a bit about standardization as such, and I come back to that example about the British railways, it's fair to say it took about 50, 60, 80, 90 years, I don't remember the details, to figure out which is the optimal standard gauge for railways. And in some faraway corners of the railway industry, by the way, there is still debate today whether these 1435 millimeters is now the optimal measurement or not. But it is the one that has been adopted. And the same goes for containers. And we can close the debate because the benefits far outweigh the downsides of it. We get a single railway journey, if you want, not only from Edinburgh, even from Aberdeen, all the way down to the south of Italy in one go. Fantastic. We can get freight moved around the globe. Fantastic. So if the European Union does here the clever thing, and obviously I say that as someone living in a country that has a bit of a difficult relationship with the European Union, not too dissimilar from Philip, your country. If the European Union does do the sensible thing, they will effectively have how I say that, they will have a competitive advantage over the longer term. It obviously also can go wrong if they overstep, right? And we get some nonsensical things probably out of that regulation, the equivalent of the click away cookie thing on every web page. But the underlying attempt to give this a framework will force every other jurisdiction to think hard about what they do and how they do it. And I'd nearly bet you that over the longer term run, systems like you over there in Singapore put in place, systems like also, by the way, you in the Bank of England. I know that the Bank of England, the MAS, are super close on banking regulation. They're super close to the ECB. They're super close to the Fed. Technically, say, in central banking, what I'm speaking about here for the more general public is already happening. They, for good reason, start to uniformly look at the way to regulate financial markets. Otherwise, you don't get that beast under control, right? And not to say the thing out loud, but the Bank of England had to intervene, for God's sake, for significant amounts of money, not just 2 weeks ago, but a couple of years ago as well. Fat fingers, UBS trader, that's what I'm speaking about, not the recent event of 2 weeks ago, but fat fingers, a couple of years ago, right? That caused a possible, it was stopped early on, right? The Bank of England did the right thing and called the UBS to what they need to do and all that. So disaster was prevented. But for good reason, such things are in place to safeguard the whole thing. To call it with Adam Smith, right? Invisible hand needs sometimes an operating manual. That's sort of the both sides of the coin I see. And yeah, let's see how the European Union plays this card.
Thank you. I thank you for your kind words about some of the Banks of England's interventions. It's let's just say it's an interesting time right now in the UK. Well, question actually directed to Zikin here. I want to ask you just a question that's coming out of a couple of points in the chat about where are consumers in all this? Where are consumer rights? We've mentioned GDPR. We've mentioned how we're concerned, almost like airline regulation about passengers and consumers and things like that. But is there a need, or more of a need, Zikin, for consumer interaction, or would you even see a consumer data right, or more aspects of AI regulation handed over to consumers themselves? Or do we always need to focus on the supply side, the regulators and the businesses?
All right, actually, while a lot of the attention is focused on the supply side, right, the beneficiaries are actually ultimately consumers.
Yes.
Because you think about some of the things that we are doing, right? Bias testing, right? It's essentially to ensure that the model performs well for the intended consumer markets. A lot of the work that we've been keeping an eye on explainability, right? Google, I think, has got their AI model cards, right? I think we've supported different ways of providing explainability, but ultimately, what is explainability but the fact that you want to be able to explain to the recipients of the documents how the model is expected to behave and why the model is behaving in a certain way. There, of course, will be explainability in a B2B sense between supplier and the user of the model. But a lot of the work that we are seeing is really explainability to consumers, explaining to finding a way to explain to consumers in a way that consumers are able to understand, right? Providing them options. I think some of the things that we are seeing that's flowing on from explainability is really why are you seeing some of these recommendations? Providing options so that consumers are able to say, don't show me more from this source, don't show me more from this topic, right? And able to influence. So I think that consumers are really right at the center of a lot of the work that we are doing around AI governance. So I would say that they're intended beneficiaries. Now, can we get consumers a lot more involved? And I think definitely yes. Right, we need to be able to identify the right points in time, the right interfaces, documents, the right conversations to bring them in, right, so that we are able to make sure that the intended beneficiaries do actually benefit from all the work that we are doing.
Thank you very much. Now, a question from one of my favorite countries, actually, Ethiopia. A question saying AI is crucial for developing countries, and some of these countries have a high need actually for AI to help with food security. And so even if a prime minister is very highly committed to AI, we run into resource constraints clearly in many countries. A question from Ethiopia is, and maybe Dorian's going to invent one, I don't know, but is there a dedicated platform that can assist needy countries with this area? Zikin, Kirsten, are there aspects of your work where you try to also bring along developing countries with you or work with them, or is that still too far in the future? Zikin first and then Kirsten.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I would think that at this point in time, right, a lot of the work is really focused on the companies that are able to come and work together with us, right? And unfortunately, that's the kind of catchment that we have and the kind of reach that we have. But I do know that there are companies in Singapore that are trying to do work around AI data sharing in our neck of the woods around ASEAN, right? Southeast Asia. So definitely, I think that there is work, but personally, I won't be able to say that any of the projects that we are involved in have consciously gone out. But I would say that once we finish testing and we're in a better position, I think that the benefits must flow beyond our shores.
Thank you. And Kirsten, I mean, Switzerland has such a strong international outreach program. Maybe you're not directly part of it, but do you see ways to collaborate to help with other governments who are trying to achieve the same things, and are there ways of working together?
Indeed, my institution is not directly involved there, and I would be afraid to speak nonsense. What I do know is that from your country, at some point, the National Statistical Office was involved indirectly in an initiative I am not sure if it was several countries or through specific projects in data science in third world countries to bring the know-how on site. And I know that the UN was at the UN World Data Forum last year. There are initiatives to bring data science know-how to these countries in the hope that it stays there too, with capacity building. That was a very important subject. But I am not personally involved, and I'd be afraid to say, not to be exact here in my answer.
Thanks. Completely separately and off topic in a way, I chair a charity called Lyra in Africa, which helps provide safe housing for Tanzanian girls so they can go get the education they want without walking 15 kilometers and being attacked by a family member, to be blunt. And one of the things that we're doing also is a lot of digital learning, digital technology learning. This is growing incredibly in with charities like my own in Tanzania. And I'm always reminded by the microfinance example from many years ago, where you better make sure that the money goes to the women in these economies, because the men will just piss it away, if you forgive my language. So I'm hoping that there's all more opportunities for VC funding for young African women who are developing these models. I hope. And thank you very much, Sime and others, for putting things in the chat about interesting things to read in this area. Right now, and Andreas, I just wanted to bring you in, Andreas and Dorian. We're coming towards the end. Anybody with their final questions, please chip in, because we've only got about 20 minutes or so left. I gave Dorian the opportunity to lay out his stall of one of his main one or two big requests he might have for the regulators. Andreas, I think you've indicated your direction of travel, but let's just assume that regulation is inevitable, Andreas, in many ways. What would you most like to see? What do you think would be best for consumers? And what would you most like to be able to work with as a funder?
Yes, thanks very much. I think I would definitely follow what we have already done in the financial industry, of having sandboxes in place where early stage experiments can be run in a safe environment, that things can be tested, right? That even this can be on a small scale commercialized, and see if it really solves a specific problem, and what kind of issues potentially are coming up with in terms of does it have to be regulated, what kind of things need to be in place to keep it under control. So I think that's one model which I think is best practice already. And I think instead of just doing a huge framework and then keeping everyone busy with trying to stick what's in there, is actually creating some environments where things can be tested out in a more lean and agile way. And then the other thing is, eventually we have some conclusions down the line of what needs to be defined, then that you get these kind of special licenses, as we also have it in the financial system, like in Switzerland, for instance, the fintech license, that you are able to provide some services on a lower scale without having to stick to kind of something which is relevant for a big global player. So these kind of a tiered approach of having things regulated and keep kind of the freedom to test things out without creating too much risk, is something which I think is perfect. On the other hand, I think it's also in the hands of the private sector, the investors, as well as those who are inventing new stuff, that they stick to a certain codex, like the ethical EI practice, or tech for good initiatives, which I think is also something which needs to be get into people's minds, that we understand what we're working on, and that it's not just happening, and then later on we find out that you have already created the mess.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask you all for your top one or two, maybe, public sector or private initiatives that are crucial for balancing innovation with trust. And even if this means you're repeating something you've already said, I'd like to just make sure it's a high level way that we come towards the close of this discussion. Kirsten, what would be your top three public sector or private initiatives, 1, 2, or 3, however many you have?
I think I'll come back first to, it was Dorian, right? With Nachvollziehbarkeit, the explainability, the traceability of what we're doing, even if we don't have frameworks or regulations yet in place. I see the CNAI's endeavor with the list of projects within the administration. It's small, but it's a start because it's showing that we can actually, they're not model cards per se, but we're trying to show who's doing what, with what data when they can. I know we also are in the federal administration. It's not always possible, but when we can, we say what kind of data has been used, what's the purpose, why, what's the output, what's the outcome, why do you need such an AI project? Would you want to increase efficiency or something else? And I think just being honest as a first step and laid out there is already a very good step, and should and will generate trust, I hope. And that goes with a not only a code of conduct, how to do responsible data science and AI, but also at some point agreeing on what we want to measure, how we want to do that, because it's all very nice to say we don't want to have a biased algorithm. That can be also mean very different things in the southern US or here in Switzerland, right? It doesn't necessarily, it can be quite context dependent, but there are things we can also all agree on. So sooner or later, I think there will also be a need for standards, or at least a standardized way to talk about certain concepts, because we need to measure them. Because then that way we'll also be able to say to citizens, look, that's what we do, and that's how we can show to you and prove to you that we've done it in a responsible, measurable way.
Thank you. And Dorian, you've mentioned air traffic control and airline regulation. You've mentioned in a very nice way the description of train travel in the UK. I have a slightly different experience in my daily commute between London and Oxford, but I agree with you. Long distance travel can be quite nice sometimes in the UK. Do you have any shipping metaphors you might give us, Dorian, in answering your question about what you most like to see? What are the best public or private initiatives that you're seeing, and where do you think we'll be in about 5 years? Dorian.
Yeah. Yes, I do. And if it's shipping, if you go to a container port, if you go to the port of Rotterdam, as an example, the largest container port in Europe, they can clear one of those massive container ships in less than 24 hours. And we don't talk about 3 containers here. We talk about 3, 4, 5, 10,000 containers. This is logistics at its best. How can they do that? Effectively, in the moment, the container ship is about in the area at the latest of Spain, so still about a day or 1.5 days out of Rotterdam. The entire list of what's in those containers needs to be with the port authorities, and they start to organize accordingly, right? That allows them to have these super fast turnaround times. Now, what does that mean for AI, right? The same thing is effectively, my view, 3 things, right? It is transparent, and we spoke about that. CK, you spoke about that. It's transparency, right? What is in that model that you're about to ship and let loose on whatever data set? Explainability, what is the prediction outcome? Why did that happen, right? And if you go and do fancy dancy stuff with some of the more modern neural networks and you can't, fair deal, you can go and work with that in a sandbox. And the third piece is, in the moment you switch from a sandbox to a commercial environment, make the organization behind, make the people behind accountable. What we want to avoid is these, oh, it wasn't meant like that type of situations. Again, you know, if it is about finding funny pictures on the internet, hey ho, let's go. But AI will have, has the unit economics that I have seen in some of the cases we've done, will make even hesitant organizations adopt technology wide scale over the next 10 years. It's one of those corrosive technologies, corrosive as in, that's the way I describe it. Like the internet was corrosive. The internet kind of like when it came up 25 years ago, I was with, say, the NZZ, the paper of record here, and I don't make this story up. I was with their chief executive officer at the time and the main editor. And they told me in 2001, after the bubble burst, well, we told you the internet is a bit like the oil shock in the 70s, a momentarily event that faded away in history. Sure, yes, we know how that story ended. And what I want to say with that is the unique economics of some of the AI technologies that I have seen applied to commercial cases will be that commercial organizations of all shapes, sizes, and forms will apply this. And I think it's important as a society, I speak here not as an entrepreneur, I speak here as a citizen. We want to make use of this because it has great economic benefits. By the way, to talk about, say, people out of say, Africa, it's one of those great equalizer technologies. You actually made the point in Africa with those micropayments. You leapfrogged a good chunk of the payment systems of the so-called old world, not just by a decade, but a couple of decades. And AI technology has that leapfrog potential as well. But to make it responsible, you need to make people accountable for what they do. So that we, on that left turn moment in autonomous cars, we don't have dead people on the road, but we have safe traveling on the road. So it's transparency, it's explainability for as long as you simply go and test out things and do things. And in the moment you make it usable in commercial context, you need to make people accountable. Those are the three things.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's so helpful. I just wonder now, Zikin, if you have any sort of closing thoughts on everything you've heard and some of your priorities as well.
Well, actually, what Dorian said actually reminded me of how and why we started. Because when we began, we started with this AI model framework, which was based on accountability. The premise was when you put use data and when you put AI system out, someone is making decisions about what functions to use AI, what not to, what systems to use, what not to, what data to use, what not to, right? So there's always a decision maker, and hence there's always accountability. The other aspect of our model framework is human centricity. Because ultimately, we want to put the consumer in the middle, right at the center of what we are doing, and how are we making sure that we are taking care of the consumers. And I think that it's a good reminder that over the years, right, as we have done more work in this, these two pillars, right, these two pillars haven't changed. What I'd like to see, which is our emphasis of the work that we are doing, is really let's work together to start creating those benchmarks that companies are able to achieve today, honestly and realistically, that we are able to start holding ourselves to them. Because standards will only increase once we've established them, right? But we need to start establishing them and establishing them in a very sensible, achievable way. So I think that's kind of the emphasis at this point in time. And I liked the picture painted by one of the participants who asked us, right, do we see a future where there are different tiers, hard regulations, voluntary certifications, right? And I truly believe, yes, that's likely to be the case. There will be certain situations you need hard regulation. There will be certain situations where the market and consumers drive businesses to voluntarily adopt certification because that's what they want to do. It's good for their relationship with their customers, right? And there will be other situations where certain companies, as part of their ethos, right, will want to make trustworthy and accountable AI part of their corporate values. So I think we should be prepared for that. So I think that's kind of like my main takeaway and encouragement coming out of this discussion.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to call it now early because we have run out of questions in the chat, and this has been so rich, and it gives us a chance to reflect on these various discussions. I've been sent some private messages in the chat about how can artificial intelligence ensure world peace and other questions, which I won't pass on to you right now, because I think that this is enough context for us as we're working together. My main takeaways, though, are the need for businesses and governments to work together, Sounds very much like motherhood and apple pie, but I like my mom and I like apple pie. The need for the funders to really be able to understand and have clarity about what's coming ahead. The need for an involvement of broad stakeholders, not just businesses and government talking together, but also different government departments. When I was a competition official for many years, I used to see all manner of cartels and anti-competitive standard setting as well, but I never saw anything more anti-competitive than what governments can do. If the ministry of from one area is got a particular policy objective and they just regulate for it without thinking about what might happen in terms of business impact, consumer impact, impact on minorities, these other things. So all the more reason I'm very heartened at the beginning of this summit to hear so many nice examples and interactions relating to collaboration, understanding the concerns of others. I'm sure no one will leave this talk without realizing the very benefits of what we are talking about here in terms of collaboration and having a similar language and ensuring that what does become hard regulation is somehow still agile enough to be changed, but at the same time, what is soft, what is codes of conduct also evolves in a pro-competitive way. So I'm not going to ask the speakers for any of their summary points. I think they've done really well so far. I see no more questions in the chat. All I'm going to ask you to do now is help me thank my panel who've done so well with such a rich subject. I hope you're all able to dial back in at 3:30 Switzerland time for a discussion following on from this one about collaboration, partnership, and building bridges, which Aisha will be chairing. But until then, thank you so much, everybody, and thank you to an excellent panel. And I look forward to the rest of the summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. Welcome. Welcome everyone to this session on partnerships and building bridges with Yili Bakhtiari. For those of you who are just tuning in, I'm Aisha Piotti, Managing Partner of RegHorizon and Director of AI Policy at ETH Zurich Center for Law and Economics. Yili has an impressive resume. He's currently CEO of the Special Competitive Studies Project in the United States. Prior to joining SCSP, Yili served as the Executive Director of the US National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, where he was responsible for defining and sharing the vision of the United States on this very important topic. Yili joined the US Department of Defense in 2010, and over the course of his illustrious career, he held various leadership roles on national security and policy issues. Yili is also the recipient of the US Department of Defense Distinguished Civilian Service Medal. Now, as a reminder to the audience, due to the high demands on his schedule, this session will last only 30 minutes, and we won't be able to take questions directly from the audience. However, I urge you to still post your reflections and your questions in the chat, and we will do our best to share them with Yili to follow up at a later stage. Now, Yili's remarks will deal today with, they'll be focusing on the mission and the most latest work of the SCSP. The topic of his talk, partnerships and building bridges, is also very relevant to the core theme of our overall summit. Yili, it is my great pleasure and honor to have you with us today. So without any further delay, I would like to pass the floor to Yili Bakhtiari.
Great to be here, Aisha, and thank you so much for hosting me and for bringing together such a broad community with a shared commitment to building a future of responsible AI and stronger democracies. As you noted, my background is the national security. I spent most of my career as a civilian in the Department of Defense. And as you noted also, I also served as the Executive Director of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. I now lead a successor organization called the Special Competitive Studies Project. Our mission is to make recommendations to strengthen US and our allies' competitiveness for an era of AI and other emerging technologies. I say all of this because it might appear that Aisha invited an unusual candidate to speak about partnering in AI at a gathering focused on AI governance, responsible AI, and society issues of transatlantic bridge building. But I come to your event out of necessity. These are urgent issues critical to our economy, our society, and our national security. And the implications these issues have for our alliances are tremendous. They will ultimately shape the end state of the international order that will benefit all democratic nations and the values we all believe in, including privacy, civil liberties, and free speech. But let me start first with why the United States Congress thought these issues were so important to launch an independent commission. I believe the US Congress was driven by two primary factors. First, consider the impact of these technologies on our society and our economy. McKinsey estimates that AI could add around 13 trillion, and I repeat, trillion dollars to global GDP by the end of this decade. Consider recent AI-driven advances in personalized and precision medicine, gene therapy, vaccine discovery, drug design, and cancer screening, or advances in environmental solutions like optimized crop management, reduction of plastic waste, and experiments with fusion energy. The impact of this for global societal and economic prosperity are unquestionable. Second, I believe the United States Congress created the Independent Commission because they believed that the digital wave and the next wave of tech innovation are happening right now. And undeniably, whichever nation becomes the leader in mastering AI and other emerging technologies will hold the power to set the rules of the road for our global digital life for the rest of this decade, if not longer. There's an old saying that says, whoever controls the technology controls the future. And there, China has made its plans very clear. So my role here today is to talk about the geopolitical context, the landscape we are in regarding this technology competition, and the role and importance and the goals that China has made in this space. China wants to dominate the emerging technology that will fuel industries of the future and apply them to get ahead. It is devoting enormous state resources to accomplishing its objectives. And because of its ambitions, the tech competition with China will be the defining feature of our global politics for the rest of our lives. What would a world dominated by Chinese technologies look like? We just published a report, which you can find at the scSP.ai, and in it we have a chapter where we describe, not in a scientific way or sci-fi way, but what losing the tech competition for democracies would look like. Here's a snapshot I have for you. Imagine a world where China controls the global digital infrastructure, has the dominant position in tech platforms, controls the production of critical tech, and is harnessing biodata and new energy to transform its society and economy and ultimately their military. If we lose in these areas, it will be hard to regain advantages. And we already are seeing the way China uses and applies technology against the minorities in Xinjiang. So the question in front of us today is, how do democratic societies stay ahead and use these technologies for the betterment of their societies while staying true to their democratic ideals? Because of the context we find ourselves in, how we govern AI within our societies and how we use AI to strengthen our economies and defenses are important elements of the competition. So Aisha was kind enough to invite me to speak and share some of my thoughts on how we do this today. First, we need to get the AI governance model right. Getting AI governance right means designing, building, and using AI systems safely, responsibly, and ethically that is strategic in direction, and it will advance our society, it will advance our economic prosperity, and it will build our national security goals. I have come to believe that AI will offer us a moment of opportunity to make progress in several areas. I'm not a techno-utopian. I'm not naive. I've seen enough tech failures in government to know better. But time and again, almost weekly, and with shorter and shorter time between discoveries, we are seeing examples of AI breakthroughs in areas critical to our health, to our society, and our families. All of us recognize the legitimate concerns about privacy, bias, trust, reliability that flow from AI applications that are poorly designed or not well understood. Let's not forget, AI is a dual-purpose technology. We have seen that powerful AI systems that work very well can be used for bad intent. These problems are the justifiable focus of many in the audience today, and I appreciate for all the work you guys are doing. Most of us on both sides of the Atlantic and across the democratic world agree upon the basic principle of what we want AI to do and not to do. For instance, the White House's recently released AI Bill of Rights captures the spirit and endpoint with what the EU is trying to do with their AI Act. But as Europe moves out to regulate these technologies, we need to be mindful that regulation almost never has fueled a sudden jumpstart of innovation. And for many on this side of the Atlantic, it seems that European regulations are directed primarily towards American companies, while ignoring the power and reach of Chinese technology platforms. But I don't want to lose sight of the transforming opportunities presented by AI and the opportunity cost of turning against AI by making this whole AI discussion about our differences over regulation. Highlighting the different governance approaches above the fact that we have the same exact goals for our societies risk distracting from the larger partnership agenda and the rapidly changing global context in which these debates are occurring. Look at what's happening in Ukraine today. This brings me to the larger point. The reality is that the United States, its European partners, and friends elsewhere in the world have a shared interest in leading in AI and other technologies because the companies, countries, and alliances that harness AI will be positioned to reap the economic, societal, and military benefits. The changing strategic landscape that I just mentioned, the rising power and ambition of authoritarian regimes, the clear determination to harness these technologies to strengthen their control over their populations and develop powerful commercial applications that will be used for geopolitical advantage, present a common threat for all of us, all of our democratic societies. So what does that mean for us as we think about our partnerships? First, partnership includes taking a more expansive view of AI's role in the strategic competition between democracies and autocracies playing out across the globe. The competition is about the control of the core digital architecture, data flows, norms, and rules shaping order. Democracies must marshal the resources and diplomatic will to collectively build secure and resilient networks, especially 5G and its successors, cables, both terrestrial and undersea, operating systems, data centers, and the digital apps, software, and platforms that support everyday governance, commerce, and life. Concretely, this will require government-supported investment in global digital ecosystem projects, aligning on maintaining technological standards based on technical, not political criteria, and agreeing to not allow human rights abusing regimes to benefit from technologies designed and built in our societies. Diplomatically, it means that our democracies need a new DemTech alliance, as we say. That is a framework to organize ourselves, to organize the opportunities and risks we face in common from the global tech competition. We need to bring our collective comparative advantages in this competition to the table. Rather than competing against other democracies, we need to organize our closest allies and partners to make sure our values and our technology shape the future. Second, the private sector is a partner. Let me just say one thing about this unappreciated partnership. If one looks at what tech companies did and continue to do in relations to Russia's war in Ukraine, there can be little doubt that they are a partner in the contest against autocracies and provide cyber defenses, cloud services for Ukrainian data, keeping the Ukrainians connected to the web, as we see daily with Starlink, etc. They're not adversaries to democracy, and wherever decisions are made about AI governance within our democracies, we can be sure they will be partners and comply with all legal obligations. Third, strategic partnership means focusing on shared objectives and innovation. Unfortunately, because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the AI partnership must now include a strong security dimension. We need European AI companies supporting European security and mission and objectives. We need them to work with United States companies doing the same kind of work. I'm so excited about the efforts like NATO's Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, also known as DIANA, or the Joint European Disruptive Initiative led by my friend Andre, also known as JEDI. They both represent a fundamental shift that we need in the European continent. We also should spend as much time helping to cultivate the rich European ecosystem of universities, companies, people, and innovators as belaboring the risk of innovation. Let me leave you with a basic point. The strategic landscape has changed, and the balance between partnership and competition should change too. Failing behind any authoritarian state in the development of AI will be bad for our collective security, our companies, and our society. The conversation has to change. How do we protect democracy against AI-enabled disinformation campaigns? Again, AI-enabled cyber threats. How do we use AI to improve the health of our societies and our economy? How do we prove wrong the naysayers who claim that democracy is incompatible with the modern age? How much danger are we exposing democracies to when we allow our data, our intellectual property, and our know-how to flow towards authoritarian regimes that we know have an incompatible vision of how our societies and the world should be organized. The best partnerships are mutually beneficial. The strongest partnerships are rooted in shared values. The most important partnerships are those with a higher purpose. I think partnerships between the United States and our closest European allies and partners on AI, the broader tech agenda, and in the current strategic environment can meet all three criteria. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss these issues with you today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks a lot, Yuri. That was really illuminating, and it's very good to actually hear a sort of slightly different point of view as well, right? We are here in Europe, we're listening a lot about the EU, we are listening a lot about the binding regulations that are currently being proposed. As you of course know, China recently has also proposed regulations specifically in algorithms space, but also privacy. Now, and I see, of course, the importance for the US to stay competitive, right? And my question really would be, how do you perceive that these sort of developments on regulation actually, in terms of their impact on US leadership in global competition, particularly for like US companies?
Well, Aisha, I feel, and I think the sentiment we share here at the team and the reports is that this is not just the US competition against China. As I mentioned during my remarks, I think this is a broad-based democracy's competition against authoritarian regimes. Unfortunately, what's happening in Ukraine is a first demonstration of what that looks like and how it feels, unfortunately, for the people of Ukraine. I think we need to do everything possible to avoid situations going forward in these things with China. And for us to get to a better place, I think, as I demonstrated in my remarks, we get to have ourselves get better organized. How we get ourselves organized, as I mentioned, there are several ways we can do this. I think regulation, I completely understand the European approach to how do they want to go about and regulate these technologies. I think they're very vocal about the goals and the mission. I think in their mind, and I think, I have a lot of friends in Europe that would talk daily with them. They think that regulation will really jumpstart the European innovation ecosystem. I would argue that there are no historical examples that that regulation really jump-started any kind of innovation. So I think we just have to strike the right balance between what it means to continue being the number one in the innovation space, but also have these technologies regulated, and their comfort to our laws, rules, and the values we use them. The second thing that I also mentioned is, it seems to me that most of the time, the aim of these regulations coming out of Brussels are really targeted against United States companies. And, I understand, they live with them. They are probably seeing the impact of United States platforms on the European continent. But again, we should not turn our eyes of what China is doing by building the global digital infrastructure. They've started that with the 5G. If you look at the world global map of 5G, most of the countries are using technology built by China. In Africa alone, 70% of the 4G is already built by Huawei. So what kind of a future we're going to live in where the digital life is built on platforms deployed and used by the Chinese government? So that's the one thing that I think sometimes goes unnoticed in the European discourse when they think about regulating these platforms. So what I've argued here is that we have so much in common. Democratic world has so much in common. So we have to get together. And I think there are several venues that these things are happening, either through the TTC, the US-EU dialogue that is happening, through Quad discussions on how we're going to regulate these kind of technologies and how do we stay ahead in innovation workplace to compete more effectively against China and Russia.
Okay, well, that's interesting. But just now coming back, since we're going back to building bridges, right? And I'm thinking about, and you talk a lot about China as well, and focusing, of course, on our, not really on our differences. But the fact of the matter is that you have, democratic societies, and you increasingly see also authoritarian societies, right? And you see a bit of a move going there, and in terms of China, I mean, and we will be talking about it later on in a few days, is of course influence China has in certain other parts of the world through investment, like potentially within different countries in Africa. So what concretely, like we would, what concretely would the US, what would be your vision in terms of how to proceed with that? And how do we build those bridges going forward?
So I think there are two questions, Aisha. In your number one, I would say is on the report I mentioned we published in September, we argue that on three critical technologies, AI, 5G, which is really about our connectivity, and semiconductors, which really builds the hardware of these computers, we were almost about to lose our competitive edge, because what we saw is China since 2017 had an aggressive plan and investment and moved out on the implementation to get ahead in all these three pieces that I think are fundamental that we have to get right as democratic societies by 2025. And so on our side, on the American side, what you saw is we completely lack a 5G alternative to Huawei's 5G. And so what is left there for us is really in close coordination with our allies and partners. United States doesn't have a standalone 5G offer for the world, but it has a 5G offer if it gets together with Scandinavian partners, with Japanese partners. And in that way, you can create sort of like a democratic 5G alternative to what Huawei has been offering to the rest of the world for the last couple of years. On semiconductors, for example, United States would have not been ahead if it wasn't for the TSMC, so our relationship with Taiwan, and ASML in the Netherlands. United States would have not been, as I mentioned, producing the cutting edge chips if it wasn't these alliances and these partnerships we have. And so to your second questions about the bridges, we need to find a new model to bring public and private sector together. I think what we have seen in the United States is during the Cold War, government was in charge of all the innovation. You had all the government labs coming out with all these incredible innovation, the internet, series of the world. You had DARPA really on the Department of Defense side, really leading every major effort for all the things that now we enjoy in our digital life. After the Cold War, the government stopped investing in basic R&D. And so what happened is the private sector took over, they continue investing, they continue building innovation ecosystem. And what you have from almost 1999 to 2017 is really the innovation and all the latest and greatest moving to the private sector. And so I argue that in the 2020s, in this decade, we have to find a bridge, as you call it, to bring these communities together. There will be instances in which our government has to step in and provide the initial funding and accept the risk. When you think about it, the United States government accepted the risk of the COVID vaccine. There were 6 different vaccines with 6 different platforms that the United States government went all in and invested. Only 2 proved to be highly successful. So going forward, and now you also see the CHIPS Act, United States government, United States Congress saw that if they don't step in and provide the necessary funding, we will not be able to produce these chips that are so ultimately important for how we build these AI platforms going forward. So I believe in this decade, we have to find this bridge in which the public sector and the private sector get together more often, share like the priority areas in which the government has to step in, and then private sector can also help with providing, horizon scanning. Private sector is really good about understanding what is the next wave of technologies that we have to stay ahead as democratic countries. If you read our report from September, we already provide like a couple of areas in which from 2025 to 2030, we need to stay ahead. Biotech, next generation computing, and next generation connectivity. These are all necessary platforms that we have to have in place, that by this end of this decade, we can ensure that the democratic world is really staying ahead when it comes to, in this technology competition.
So I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I just like, so I like the focus on foresight. I mean, just a comment on that, a side comment is that's something I think Switzerland is definitely also going towards. We have launched not very long ago a very big initiative called Jester, where we really are in fact doing that. Where is the technology going in different fields, and how can we prepare ourselves today with regards to governance to ensure that we have the right frameworks? But just before last words, so I hear the emphasis on the need to remain competitive. Of course, we have to ensure that the democratic values are the ones that are going forward. Private-public partnership. Are we to think that in terms of and just recently we saw also the Bill of Rights. You talked about it; it came out, but there was of course some comments also about the fact that it doesn't really have much teeth in it. Does that mean a little bit that the US is more sort of, stepping back from kind of, whilst you have the partnership with the EU, but taking really a slightly different approach, understanding that we have all these other issues that are probably maybe a little bit more important? What would be your view, your personal view even on that?
Yeah. And so, Aisha, my general view about how we go about solving this puzzle is, first of all, I think we have to decide on what our vision is. What is the vision of how we're going to use these technologies? I think, and that we already know. The vision is that we will use these technologies based on our laws, based on our rule of law, that our citizens will have the right to, complain and take these, technologies and platforms to court. Then the second part of this vision is how do we complement each other? And I spoke a little bit about how we complement each other on the 5G, on the semiconductors. I think European has incredible ecosystem, the universities, the people. I think, there are areas in which Europeans will always be ahead, and there are areas in which United States will be ahead, but how we complement each other, I think that was one of our strongest suit during the Cold War. The third piece is what you alluded is the regulation. And I think here, we will defer because Europeans have a different approach to regulation because of the political system you guys have. Most of the European countries have parliamentary system. In United States, because of the federalist way of government, we will have completely different way how we regulate this. You see this happening at the state level. You're aware with the California laws. Yes. You're aware of a couple of efforts on the U.S. Congress on regulating these platforms. And then lately, you also saw the efforts by the administration, be that with the AI Bill of Rights or the other efforts that are currently underway. So the regulation model will be completely different, I think, between United States, Europe, Japan, probably Korea, because of the political system we live in. But I think, things are not being ignored. I think there's a lot of movement in this space. I think technology is moving fast, and that's why I would argue, we need to be up to date, and the way we stay up to date is that you need these kind of public-private partnerships, because you can regulate something, but in 6 months they will become really obsolete because of how fast these technologies are moving. Civil society plays a critical role both in Europe and United States, and they are very vocal in our system. They play an incredible role in how highlighting the disadvantages of these technologies. So I think this is not going to happen overnight. This is going to be a process in our system because of the separation of government. It's much more complicated probably than Europe, but I think I'm an optimist by nature. I believe that we will get to the right place in consultation with our allies and partners. I think we have always done it in that way, and this is no also exception to the rule.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. I know you've got to run, and we have really appreciated this input. I really hope that, so thank you so much for that. And we hope that for the next round, we'll see you in person. So thanks you, Aisha. A lot, really. It was a pleasure to have you on board.
Thank you, Aisha. Best of luck for the rest of the conference.
All the best. Thank you. So we will now move directly to our next session, which is titled Swiss Highlights. The session will last about 45 minutes. In total, and it will in fact showcase two important initiatives within Switzerland that highlight the innovative and collaborative approach that Switzerland is taking to build trust and further the adoption of digital technologies. So it's my great pleasure to have with us Nicolas Zahn from Swiss Digital Initiative and Livia Walpen from the Swiss Office of Communication with us today. They will both be sharing short presentations with you, and then we will open the discussion for a short Q&A. So I assume it's Nicholas that's starting first. So I would say, Nicholas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Aisha, for having me here. Welcome everybody also from my side, and really looking forward to giving you a short overview into the work that we're doing at the Swiss Digital Initiative in advancing practice-oriented ethics in the digital age. First, very quickly, who are we? Where are we? What are we doing? We are a non-profit foundation based in Geneva. I'll come to why we are in Geneva in a bit. And our mission is to promote digital ethics and responsibility. We were originally created going back to a summit in 2019 that was organized by representatives from the private and the public sector, trying to advance digital transformation within Switzerland, but also positioning Switzerland globally as a hub for digital governance. And we were launched at the time with a very diverse board of supporters. And from the very beginning, it has been clear that we are a multi-stakeholder initiative. So we want to bring together representatives from academia, the private sector, the public sector, civil society. And this is also reflected in our board governance. As you can see, the different board members there bringing in their own perspectives. Our work is structured among 3 pillars. So one pillar is projects that deal with digital trust, projects that deal with ethics and artificial intelligence, and projects that deal with advancing digital responsibility in practice. We also do have some overarching activities, for example, being represented in international working groups such as the World Economic Forum's Group on Digital Trust or the OECD Civil Society Advisory Council. Why are we talking about these projects, and why are we really glad that as a Swiss initiative, as an initiative based in Switzerland, we can work on these issues? We started with the recognition that digital trust is eroding. So we have 3 trends that are accelerating across the world. We have a growing awareness of digital risks. We have an increased demand for more transparency and accountability, as well as increased control and regulation on the national and international level. Plus, we have a slowing adoption of digital services due to mistrust on the side of end customers. And if you combine all these factors, it means that if we do not address the question of digital trust, we are bound to miss out on the benefits that the digital transformation could actually yield for us. Which is why we propose to introduce a digital trust label. And over the last 2 years, since the start of the initiative up until now, till the beginning of this year, this idea has grown into a concrete product. So we now do have a label that is among the first worldwide that measures trustworthiness of digital services and basically certifies that a specific digital service goes beyond what's legally required, but instead fulfills 35 criteria that we have collected together with the work of renowned experts through different user studies, etc. And this label is really intended just as similar labels, for example, organic labels or nutritional value tables that you know as customers from other fields. Just the same for digital services. It is intended to increase transparency and empower end users to make informed decisions about the digital services they want to use. You can see this here. We think that this will only grow in importance as we have lots of digital services and use cases in various sectors. You see them listed on the bottom of the screen, where we have sensitive information, where we do have the potential for automated decision making. And we believe that addressing this question of digital trust head on, for example, with the digital trust label, will become really important for organizations that are offering digital services in the future. We also have projects that try to raise awareness on the ethical implications of advanced digital technologies such as artificial intelligence. And especially we believe that by collaborating with art, we can really raise the awareness for these abstract topics and the potential dangers, but also the opportunities that come from technological advancements. The example that I've listed here on this slide is a project that we've made in collaboration with the Art High School head in Geneva. I invite you to visit the website that's listed below to try it out for yourself. Basically, we use a facial recognition algorithm to derive certain characteristics and then show you targeted advertising for this, just to raise awareness and raise questions about which technologies that we use, where we trust them, etc. Lastly, we also work on advancing corporate digital responsibility. This is a relatively new field, and several studies have actually shown that adoption amongst companies is quite low. For a couple of decades, we've now talked about the so-called ESG goals, so environmental, social, and governance. And we believe that it's time to update this framework and also include digital responsibility. So what are the potential social and other consequences of providing digital services, using digital services? And with this project that we made in collaboration with IMD Business School based in Lausanne, we gathered information that provides a nice introduction to the field of corporate digital responsibility if you're completely new to this, and also based on interview with leading organization provides you with some examples and common challenges that they faced in implementing corporate digital responsibility. So this project is intended as a starting point to lower the barriers for organizations to get involved and engage with corporate digital responsibility. So that was really just a really short overview on the type of work that we do as an organization. We follow sort of a dual mandate. First, we have the type of projects that I just mentioned in collaboration with other institutions, be it academic partners, private or public partners. But we also want to help to position Geneva as a location for digital governance discussions. Actually, there's already a really nice cluster there, and we hope to be a fruitful addition to this growing ecosystem. And with that short intro, I'd like to hand it over to Livia.
Thank you. Actually, if I can just step in now,
sure.
I see that we have a little bit of time, and since we before Livia goes, I had a couple of questions, because I think just one thing which is clear. You mentioned in the beginning about the trust is eroding, and of course you've come up with something. Given that we've got audience which is joining us from different parts of the world, the question would be like the what you have created in terms of the digital trust label. Is that something you are basically aiming to really just use the Swiss digital trust label here in Switzerland, or the idea is also to sort of have other countries potentially using something like that as well? What would be the vision there?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. We definitely feel that this is an issue and a solution that is not bound by national boundaries. So the digital trust label is very much intended to be used internationally, and not just limited to Switzerland.
Okay, well, I've got a few other questions as well, but let's have Livia in there already first, and then we can go ahead. And those of you who are joining us online, please make sure that as you hear the presentations, please post your questions so I can also use those. Livia, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you well.
Perfect. So hello, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really glad to be with you this afternoon virtually for the Swiss highlight section. And I also prepared a few slides. I guess Arvin should be able to share them. So if I could kind of ask Arvin. Yes, perfect. And let me just also say that we are really glad that from the Swiss Federal Office of Communication side that we are able to support this year's AI Policy Summit, as we think it's really timely and an important initiative. So yeah, all the best to you, Aisha, for this endeavor.
Thank you so much.
So already next slide, actually. Exactly. So Aisha, you actually asked me to share some of our best practices from Switzerland with regards to AI, inclusive AI governance that is following the multi-stakeholder approach. So what I would like to do in the next couple of minutes is focusing on two initiatives that we are coordinating from Ofcom side, namely the so-called platform tripartite on AI, and also briefly the Swiss Internet Governance Forum. Next slide, please. But maybe just before, very briefly, to give you a little background on the general approach of Switzerland with regards to AI governance. I mean, we are a small but highly developed and networked country. So for us, it's really essential to actively shape the debate on the governance of AI. And that's also why we, as Switzerland, we are really involved in all the relevant bodies and processes also on an international level, namely the Council of Europe, OECD, ITU, UNESCO, and so forth. And there in these discussions, we try to contribute with our values and also expertise, and really based on the notion of like a free society with the typical Swiss participatory democratic decision-making, and also rule of law. And this idea that we really strongly have in Switzerland of shared responsibilities between the different stakeholders. And what's particularly important for us in Switzerland is really that in the discussion about the governance of AI, that we ensure that fundamental values and norms, particularly human rights, are respected. And as I already said, really to ensure that all stakeholders are involved in the discussion, because we are convinced that it shouldn't be just the government deciding on how AI should be governed or regulated, but it really needs a collaborative approach and involving all the different stakeholders and their views and opinions. So next slide, please. So how do we do that in Switzerland regarding this inclusive and multi-stakeholder approach to AI governance? One example is the so-called platform tripartite. It was established already back in 2003 by Ofcom. And at the time, it was really used for the preparation of the UN World Summit on Information Society as a exchange platform for the preparation of this UN summit. And then later on, also for the implementation of its outcome. And since then, this platform really has been serving as a national multi-stakeholder platform for exchanging information on really a broad range of topics, from information society to the internet, digital governance, and also more recently, artificial intelligence. And I think what's important is really, or also interesting, is that it's open to really all parties from the public and private sector, civil society, research, and the internet community. So it's really truly interdisciplinary. And I think that's really important when it comes to AI governance. And I'm really also glad that both Aisha from RegHorizon and also Nicola Zahn from the Swiss Digital Initiative, you're among our members. We are currently with the 160 members signed up in our mailing list. And I think that's really a Yes, sorry. Then we just meet regularly once or twice a year for all those that are interested. And in addition, we really exchange also our views and viewpoints via electronic means, namely our mailing list. So next slide, please. And now also just briefly, particularly about AI. So when the platform was established back in 2003, the topic of AI was not yet that hot, let's say, but it became more and more important. And we decided to use this already established platform also to more and more focus on the increasingly important topic of AI. So really, since 2020 now, we've been using the platform to organize also several meetings, specifically on AI topics that are suggested also by our members. So it's not just we from Ofcom that we are saying we want to discuss this and that aspect of AI, but it really also comes from the members themselves. And then what's also interesting is that we have, like within the platform, we have a so-called administrative committee consisting of people working for the federal administration. And we use this to really coordinate Swiss positions on AI on an international level. And just to give you kind of two concrete examples of our activities of the platform, Maybe you know that in 2021, the Swiss government has adopted AI guidelines for the federal administration. And this was really like before we had a process within the platform tripartite to really discuss the draft of these guidelines and consult the members, so that it wasn't just the government alone to come up with these guidelines, but really in a collaborative process with the platform. So that's one concrete example where it was really useful to get the feedback of the platform's members. And then the second, just to mention that it's upcoming. Maybe you're aware that within the Council of Europe, there is a process recently started to negotiate a convention on AI. And actually, it's my boss, Ambassador Thomas Schneider, who will join the AI Policy Summit also on Wednesday. So he will be with you and probably also talk about this topic. He's chairing this committee within the Council of Europe. And what we, now coming back to the national level in Switzerland, what we really want to do with the platform is discussing and consulting this draft, the zero draft of the convention with its members once it's publicly available. At the moment, it's not yet, but that will come soon, so that we really take up the inputs of the members of the platform in Switzerland on their views on the zero draft and take this with us to Strasbourg, to the Council of Europe, because we really are convinced that this negotiation process of this convention should be as transparent and inclusive and multi-stakeholder as possible. And therefore, we use the platform for this goal. So I don't know how many Swiss people are actually here, but just for them, that for those that are interested, if you want to join the mailing list, you're most happy to do so. Just contact me via this address that I provided on the slides, and you can gladly participate in the platform. Next slide, please. I just briefly also wanted to mention another initiative that also serves for inclusive and multi-stakeholder governance on AI, namely the Swiss Internet Governance Forum. Maybe some of you know the global UN process, the UN Internet Governance Forum, and the Swiss IGF is really like the national spin of this global process. It's a yearly event in Switzerland. And here again, it's open to all interested parties. It's free of charge. And what's interesting and important is that the program or the agenda is defined in a bottom-up process. So it's, again, not the government or like top-down decision, we want to discuss this and that, but it's the whole community in Switzerland that can make suggestions. And it's inclusive, it's really for all the stakeholders, and they are treated as equal discussion partners. And then we, like the outcomes of the Swiss IGF, we keep them in the so-called messages from Bern that really summarizes the discussions, and then we hand them over to parliamentarians and also to the regional and global IGF structures, so that it really, these discussions should influence the policy making in the end. That's also the goal. And again, it's a multi-stakeholder initiative that it's really consisting of volunteers from politics, business science, and civil society. So it's not Ofcom leading, but we are kind of serving as a patron, but it's really the internet community in Switzerland that is leading this. Next slide. Yeah, and just to make the link to AI, actually, of course, AI has been always in the recent years a really hot discussion topic, because it's really something that people in Switzerland are concerned with. So just this year in June, we had a really interesting plenary on regulation of artificial intelligence. What is Switzerland doing? You see a picture of this plenary session on the slides. And then if you're interested in the outcomes, you can also look up the messages on our website. And yeah, just to mention that we were already planning the next IGF next year, and we'll soon launch the so-called call for issues. And there I just invite everybody that is interested to really suggest topics with relevance to AI, so that we can make sure that we will discuss AI also at the next upcoming Swiss IGF. But I'm sure it will be on the agenda again. So if you want to follow the process, you can also sign up for the mailing list at the website igf.swiss. Next slide, please. Yeah, so those were actually the two initiatives that we are coordinating from Ofcom's side that hopefully are kind of best practices for inclusive and multi-stakeholder governance on AI. And I'm looking forward to your feedback or questions or other ideas or initiatives. I'm curious to hear what's going on your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Livia, and thank you both of you. And I'm so happy that we have you here, because it just goes to prove the point. I mean, for me, these really are incredible initiatives, and as Livia, the ones you have mentioned, and I think for me, and that's very clear, what makes them a real success and is the fact that they're open to all parties. And you also mentioned about the agenda coming from bottom up, and I believe that that's something that really adds credibility to whatever it is that you in fact do or deliver. But the one question that comes while, I mean, I'm just waiting for more questions in the chat. Currently, we don't have many, so I think I'm going to just go on and post some myself. One of them that I would like to again, going to the practicality of things, assuming that we have people who are listening to us from the other parts of the world, and who would think, well, okay, if I wanted to set something like that, is Livia lost feed? I don't see her very much.
Yeah, she just texted me. She has a technical issue.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then I'll go. I'll wait for her to come back. I'm going to come to you. So I have a question for you. So when we are looking at basically what you presented. So the Swiss, basically the digital trust label. If you go to the process of how this was developed, right? I mean, what would you say was some of the biggest challenges that you had to overcome in order to get to where you are today? And, specifically in light of the fact that now many people are trying to come up with these kind of, certification and algorithms. And how does a consumer know that this is something, this one is better than that one, right?
Yeah.
And I think it probably goes to the core of who you have in maybe you presented, but I'll let you sort of highlight that and share that with the audience.
Thank you very much, Aisha. Something must have happened around 2018, 2019, because when we monitored the landscape and looked at other initiatives, we counted around 50 to 60 initiatives worldwide that are going in a similar direction. Most of them have been abandoned by now, or have changed direction, or only focus on one aspect of this complex concept, trust. But I guess one of the main challenges is having clarity about what kind of information the end users need. So the label was intended from the very beginning to empower the decision-making process of end customers that are faced with the choice, for example, in an app store or on different web pages, which digital service they want to use. So we really wanted to model it according to other labels. For example, for energy consumption, where you have the labeling on a new fridge or a new television. And so one challenge was figuring out what type of information, how dense does the information need to be, how can we present it in a way that actually facilitates decision-making of end users, and what kind of information do they need so that they're not overwhelmed. That was one of the challenges, and we tried to address this through user studies and prototyping. So we had different kinds of the label, as you can see it now on our website, and figured out that the way that it's currently structured provides a good balance between being simple and plain, but also offering enough information so that I can understand what is actually being measured. A second challenge is clearly squaring business needs of companies that provide digital services and expert views on what criteria you should follow, because in a perfect world, you would go into lots of detail and you would look at many different criterias, and we still do. But in order for the label to actually find use cases, we also needed to take into account the perspective of the companies that actually offer the digital service and go through the audit. So think about what criteria can actually be operationalized, how can they be operationalized, and how can we balance sort of the effort that is needed to go through the audit with a high level of credibility for the label.
Mm-hmm. And I suppose just one reflection would be that in order to have sort of credibility with those that are using your label, I suppose you have to sort of show that those that are in your board or the ones that are behind are also sort of, they are the right people there. So I suppose it's also choosing the right people so that you can ensure that you can then build trust with whoever is saying, oh, well, hang on a minute, these people have looked at it. So there is is there an element in that?
Absolutely. So specifically for the label, we've actually set up additional governance structures. We have 2 additional bodies that I didn't show in detail, but you can find that information on our website and the website for the Digital Trust label. We have the Label Expert Committee, which is a group of experts from the various stakeholder groups that we've recruited over the summer. And they are actually continuously developing the criteria catalog, so checking that it still keeps up with the pace of technological developments and also regulatory changes. Do we need to include additional criteria? Do we need to change the existing criteria? But they are not involved at all in a specific audit. So there's a clear separation of powers there. They're really focused on providing credible expert input into how the label works. And then we have a second governance body, the Label Certification Committee, that provides an independent check of the audit reports that we get from our audit partners.
Great. So the takeaway is this sort of division of the lines between the two is very, very key as well, right? In order to build the trust. And I suppose that within those, the committees you have, they're also kind of multi-stakeholder. So you've got people who are maybe from the government, some that are coming from academia and some others. So that could be some of the things to think about, I'm assuming, going forward for somebody else who was going to be, working on that in another country, I assume.
Absolutely.
Unless they take the Swiss Digital Initiative, unless they take your product, of course. Now, I wonder if Livia is back. Livia, can you tell us whether you're back? So we have a question for you or not really? And if not, looks like you're in the hot seat, Nicholas. I can give you another one, and I mean we can go to break pretty soon as well. You mentioned working with IMD, right?
Yes.
So what exactly are you doing? And IMD, for those who don't know, is sort of an executive business management school. So what exactly are you doing with them? And I see that then Livia is probably back. So last question to her after.
Very good, thanks. So we've worked together with them actually on the issue of digital trusts beforehand when they were also addressing this issue at a conference in St. Gallen, and we co-wrote a little paper there. But more specifically for this project that I presented as part of my presentation, we worked together with researchers at their Institute of Digital Business that specialize in corporate digital responsibility. And they really helped us with their know-how of the field, providing the theoretical backdrop, providing the structured interview questions for the research with the companies.
Okay, so it looks to me, Arvin, can you help me whether Livia is on board or have we lost connection? If so, I think we can, in any case.
Livia is here, I think. Yep.
She's here? Oh, okay, perfect. So Livia, just one question that I had, which was also from, we were talking about what incredible initiative that you have there. But again, going to the practicality of it, what does it entail if to in fact make sure that all of that happens in terms of really the people, the teams? I mean, what kind of investment are we talking about in terms of from the part of the government in order to actually make sure that the secretariat works? Is it just 2 people? Is it 5? Is it 10? Just to have a feel of that. I don't hear her. Sorry, we don't.
No, unfortunately, we cannot hear.
No. Okay. Well, in that case, I think what I would say is
maybe if I can just jump.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. I can hear you. Did you hear my question?
No, I'm sorry. I now restart my laptop, and now it's just not working. So I joined via my mobile phone, but at least you can hear me now.
We can hear you. Okay, so very, very quickly, Livia, we were just wondering, you have, in terms of when you look at the tripartite, or you look at the Swiss IGF, I mean, if somebody from another country was looking at it and saying, well, this is a great initiative, and maybe we should have something like that in our country as well. What does it entail? Like, how many people? Do you have a big secretariat, to have that together, or is it just a small team? How does that work in practicality if somebody wants to set it up?
Yeah, sure. I can gladly share our experience. It's basically really a small team, and it doesn't need that many resources. When it comes to the platform tripartite, it's basically me at Ofcom that is administrating the mailing list and inviting for events or coordinating the information exchange. But then also when it comes to the content, I'm of course really glad to be able to count on all the members that they can provide inputs. So it's really in the end a multi-stakeholder effort, but it's just kind of me from Ofcom side coordinating. And then with regards to the Swiss IGF, there we are a bigger team of like a core team consisting of 6-7 people that also from different sectors. That is meeting regularly and putting forward also like coordinating the agenda and so forth. But what's interesting is really that it's basically volunteers that are doing this, and I think that's also the beauty of it, that it's different people that are interested in the issue. And I mean, they were, when it comes to the Swiss IGF, they were inspired, of course, by the global process. And then just thought, let's do that in Switzerland. And then we came together, people from the government side, Ofcom, but also people from private sector and civil society and research. And that's how it all came about. But in the end, I think it's the will that is needed and a good kind of spirit, but not that many resources. Of course, also particularly the Swiss IGF, there we from Ofcom side, we also finance quite a bit. But again, it's not just Ofcom. We have different partners that are providing financial help. So it's really a truly multi-stakeholder effort. Yeah.
Perfect. That's fantastic. Nicholas, you had something to say, some last words, something that you'd like to share?
No. I just thought if we wouldn't be able to resolve the technical issue with Livia, I could have jumped in on the IGF Secretariat question, but now that's all been resolved wonderfully.
Yes, so, because you're part of that multi-stakeholder group as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And we are really glad to have him.
But nothing to add from
Well, great. Well, thank you both. I think that's pretty much what we have time for today. We will be, for those of you who are joining, if you want to reach out, I see some people asking for specific emails. I believe, Livia, you could be reached via Ofcom as well, right?
Of course, gladly. Yes, I will just type my email also again in the chat if I manage with myself.
That would be wonderful. Nicholas, yourself as well. And I'm really grateful for both of you to have been here. And we will have actually another session on Swiss Highlights 2, which was going to take place on our hybrid day. And that will be on the October 13th. But in the meanwhile, thanks for your participation. Hope you can join us for some of the other sessions. We're going to take a short break now, and we will be back at it at 5 sharp for an academic spotlight from Professor Dominique Harkentap from the ETH Zurich. So until then, go grab yourself a coffee, and we will see you in just a bit. Thank you. Thanks both for the presentations.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you very much. And sorry for the troubles with the technique.
No problem, Livia. Take care. topic. Here is now your chance to share them with Bina Manath, an incredible lady who is joining us today all the way from the West Coast of the US.
Recording in progress.
Hello, welcome. Bina is an author of the book Trustworthy AI. She is the founder and CEO of Humans for AI and the head of Deloitte Global AI Institute. Bina is an award-winning senior executive with extensive global experience in AI, data, analytics, and digital transformation. You can, of course, view her full profile, of course, on our website. For all our audience joining from around the world, Bina will make a few introductory remarks, and then she'll be open to a Q&A session. So do post your questions in the chat, and I will do my best, of course, to bring them over into our discussion. Bina, it is my great pleasure to have you with us. So please tell us, in your opinion, what does trustworthy AI look like, and how do we go about achieving it?
Aisha, firstly, thank you so much for having me at your event today. I heard some of the prior speakers, and it looks like a very, very relevant and well-organized session. So I am very glad to be here today. I think one of the reasons that I started talking about trustworthy AI, even though I'm a technologist about training, is I realized that, we were getting too lost in the clickbait headlines and, on the extreme ends of how AI could go wrong. Now, I'm not saying that AI cannot go wrong. There can be AI challenges, but there's also, some of the challenges can be addressed. It's not all doom and gloom. So I like to think about trustworthy AI as a wholesome concept which encompasses ethics, responsible AI, all the different terminologies that you hear in the arena of AI risk. And the reason being that if you don't trust AI, then nobody is going to use it, right? So for AI to reach its full potential, it has to be trustworthy. And when you think about trustworthiness, there are dimensions that you can define that can help us actually get to a solution, as opposed to getting lost in philosophical and marketing discussions. So I think about trustworthy AI in terms of a few different dimensions. It by no means is it all encompassing. It is prudent to think about AI as a technology that is still evolving, and there are always going to be new risks and new challenges that come up with it. But here is what we can think as a baseline to get us started. So trustworthy AI for me, has a few dimensions like being unbiased, being fair, being transparent, explainable, being responsible, accountable, and reliable, robust, safe, secure. So all these dimensions may not be relevant for every use case. So what trustworthy AI means for you and your organization will depend not only on the industry that you're working in, but also the use case, right? And I can give you examples on, a lot of these different use cases. As you were saying in my intro, I have a broad range of experience across different industries. And that's why my perspective is more of, let's define trustworthy AI at the granularity of the use case, so that then you can solve for it, right? Bias, a huge problem, but it may not be relevant for every use case, right? It is relevant for when you use human level data. Transparency, again, it may not be relevant for every use case. It all depends on the application of the AI. So, this event is so relevant, so timely, Aisha, and I'm sure you'll hear it from more speakers, right? In terms of whether it's policy or regulation, it cannot be at this high level. It needs to go down to that granularity. And so I think starting with trustworthy AI at a granular level is the best way for us to solve for it.
Very, very interesting. And thanks. And so what I like is about, what does it mean for you depends on the use case that you are in. And I think that is quite. Now, Bina, you are here. We are representing, of course, we're at ETH Zurich, and there are, a lot of debates now and a lot of thinking with regards to how we can involve the actual scientists, the inventors, those that are creating this technology. How can we essentially, make them understand some of these topics that you're talking about? And given your experience, I'm sure that those that are listening and those who would join us even afterwards would be interested to know, those that are actually entering those fields, what can we really do to ensure that they are up to speed with some of these discussions? Are they really thinking about that?
Yeah, I think it's one of those classic scenarios of where, you are an expert in a certain area and you tend to focus on it, focus only on that, right? And unfortunately, we are at that time and space where you have to be more mindful of whatever research you're doing, right? You cannot just focus on all the positive things that research can build, but you have to think of all the ways it can go wrong, right? My favorite quote is from Jurassic Park on, just because your scientists could or they did without considering all the implications. I'm paraphrasing it here, but I think that is that key line for me, which we need to anchor all research, all applications of AI on, is not only think about the positive things that technology can do, but the negative things as the side effects, right? It is time for us to take responsibility. And, as a technologist by training, trust me, Aisha, I fully understand it's very easy to focus on all the cool things, this new algorithm can do, or this new business model can do, or the research that you're focused on. But I think, you have to step up and be an adult and think about, proactively think about what happens if this research that I'm doing falls in the wrong hands. What happens if it is, going to be misused? It's not just about thinking, at the granular level or, once you develop something, but even before you design it, when you're ideating, I think it is important to proactively think about what is this going to drive more inequity? Is this going to leave certain populations behind? Is this going to cause more, mental health challenges? Yes, it can be a wonderful way to connect people, but, is this going to actually drive behavior that can cause harm? So I think you have to weave in the, thinking about the negative impacts of any AI solution that you might be building or any AI research that you might be doing, to have a checkpoint on what are the ways it could go wrong. Because the reality is, Aisha, I think as researchers, as technologists, I don't think the intent is malicious. The intent is not to cause harm. But if you don't think about it, that powerful new research, the powerful new solution that you're building can cause harm. So, why not think about it proactively as soon as you come up with an idea, as soon as you are thinking about doing further research? Don't just focus on the positive outcomes, think about the ways it can be misused.
Yeah, but just building on that, and before I move to maybe a couple of other questions I had, one of the ones for me would be, but the proof is always in the pudding. So how is it that we should be having more programs, which are kind of multidisciplinary? Is it that we should be having, from a policy? Of course, I mean, we are in an AI policy summit. If I'm a regulator, if I am the government, what is it that I should be doing to ensure that happens? Because of course, you and I understand it, but I don't know if a 20-year-old who's studying data science is aware of it. So what could be the steps that we could take?
No, I get it. I have a 19-year-old, and they don't think, at that age, you're not thinking about it, right?
Yes.
And I think it is. It really, again, depends, right? What your role is. So I think as the adults, as the ones who are a little bit more farther ahead and know that this can cause harm, it's about changing the existing processes. I cannot speak to the exact process that's followed at every university to get research funding approval or to get scholarship, right? I think it needs to be a checkpoint in there that will check for it. I can talk to from an enterprise, from an organizational level, right? We all use project plans, right? We all use that initial slide that you're using has a big column which says what's the ROI on this, right? I think just adding another point in there, say, what are the ways that this could go wrong or could be misused? So if you are using some kind of a research approval process or a tool, I think that, that process change, right, needs to be done. And that can drive that change in behavior because, there is you need to go through a checklist. The other one, I would say, very important one, and which is kind of what you and your team are doing here, is raising that awareness, right? Making sure that, I've heard from the corporate world, I hear very often that, we've heard about all these, ethics and bias, but we don't really know how it's relevant for us, right? We don't know what to do. But it's just adding that one checkpoint in your process, making sure every employee is educated. If there is a AI program, add in a course on, trustworthy AI and why it's important. I think the first step is raising awareness. The second step is changing processes. And between doing these two, I think that sets us up for a future where, it becomes embedded in your DNA, right? And as soon as we start doing this, the future generations, the future group of researchers, scientists it's already part of the process and they've been educated on it. So I think that's the only way to make progress. It is not by just by having these discussions between experts. It's about translating into the tools and processes that's used. It's about providing training. It's by embedding it into existing curriculums.
Very good. So another one that came through, and actually that was something I wrote down while I was listening to one of the conversations that were happening on governance mechanisms, right, and policy. And as you know, of course, I mean, there is a lot of discussions now happening in the EU. We are looking at actually even binding regulations coming, and other parts of the world. We had Singapore presenting, thinking about more, slightly different approach. But somebody actually posted in the chat something which goes to what you just talked about a little bit, which is the biases, right? And they were talking about saying, well, and it is very specific because I think maybe it resonates less a little bit to, maybe in a country like Switzerland, but maybe more in the US. It's about the inclusion, and that was a very specific question, inclusion of people with race, people with having different race, and there's not much being done about that. And how do we include, people with diverse backgrounds? Because unless we do that, no matter whatever solutions we're coming up with are not necessarily going to be the ones that will have credibility and trust. Coming back to that. And have you seen the experience of that maybe a little bit in the US? Because I think those debates are, of course, a lot more, I think, active over there. I mean, they are over here as well. But what has been your experience with that?
Yeah, and it seems, again, you need to go down to the granularity. Meaning you cannot just say we need to be inclusive. We need to have diverse teams. Because there are so many dimensions of diversity, to your point, right? It's not just about gender, race, ethnicity. It's also about geographic background, cultural backgrounds, educational backgrounds. There are so many dimensions of diversity. So when you start looking at the AI solution that you're building, or the project that you're working on, or the research that you're planning to do, think about what are the different kinds of stakeholders you need. So, and make sure that, you are proactively building that level of stakeholders. And they don't need to be, from a corporate world, they don't need to be part of your core team, but they can be the ones who are reviewing the project, for example, or the ones who are testing. So say, for example, if you are building a marketing AI solution or, doing research in that space, then, you probably have to think about inclusion in terms of the target demographic, but also in terms of the demographics that, for positioning for the future. But here's the thing I would like to say, Aisha, right? If that is being used to provide personalized marketing, that solution, the stakes are, in my mind, a little bit lower than compared to using that same AI solution or tool to provide personalized health diagnosis, right? So you have to weigh the stakes as well, and and see what kind of stakeholders you need in each case. When you're doing it for marketing, you probably need somebody with marketing expertise. When you're doing it for healthcare, you definitely need somebody with a medical background to be part of your team, or to be reviewing the work that you're doing, so that they bring in that subject matter expertise. So the only way we can solve for it is by looking at a granular level. Otherwise, inclusion is just too broad, right? There are so many dimensions to inclusion, right? So how do you actually action it is by looking at the actual use case, is by looking at the actual application and saying, these are the potential ones. And once you gather your first cohort, ask them, who else are we missing at the table? Have that discussion so that you can find ways to bring them into the discussion.
Great. Now, another question, and I think you mentioned foresight. Like we have to think in the future, and I think that is another point that came in as well, that we have to become better. And again, I'm talking once again in the context of governance, right? We're talking about, and one of the things which is a big debate. This is the big tension, right? Like, let's not come up with anything because this whole technology is moving. We don't know where it's going to go. Yeah, there are the other ones that say, well, we need to do something. We need to have some mechanisms in order for us to kind of make sure that we go in the right way in the future. So when you think about that, one of the things that came is we have to become very good with also foresight. Where is not only the technology going, but where is our society going? What are going to be the biggest challenges that are going to be coming our way? And here I would like to pick your brain a bit, because I think in terms of the future, in terms of AI going forward, what would you believe would be like some of the big challenges? I mean, currently, yes, we're looking at a micro level, right? We look at the bias, the algorithms, and but are we kind of missing the big picture? Are we not looking at something much more? So what would be your suggestions in terms of what regulators or people working in governance could think about in terms of forecasting some of those challenges that we don't see today?
Yeah, and I think one of the key aspects is we just have to accept that the regulations will never be able to keep up. Like to your point, the technology is moving so fast. There's massive investments going into the technology, and businesses are using it. There are researchers who are getting funded. So technology is going to grow so fast. So we've really moved away from that era of just relying on regulations. We have to think about self-regulating, whether it's a university or a for-profit organization. You have to think about the broader impact, right? And have that foresight, because we tend to think this is also new, and that this is this is not something that we can solve for because it's so big, but it can be solved. It can be solved, and you just have to look at history. Like, my bet is on humanity. The reality is, when cars were invented, there were no roads, there were no speed limits, there were no lanes defined. We didn't even have car seats till a few decades ago, right? So we've been through this as a human race, right? So these discussions that we have is going to help us move forward in defining those lanes, the speed limits, and having seat belts and so on. We're just living in this flux era where our generation gets to really shape, right? Lay out those lanes, and that's why we're having a discussion on how do you innovate, keep the speed going, but also think about the trustworthy aspect. So we have to accept that it's going to take its time. Regulations are going to come, but those regulations have to be thoughtful, right? It cannot be just, let's just ban this technology. It doesn't work that way. Let me give you an example. Facial recognition, right? Facial recognition can be highly biased and can cause huge problems. But if it's being used, say, in a law enforcement scenario to tag criminals, obviously we don't want any innocent person to be tagged. And in that case, you probably don't want to use that technology. But is it right to completely ban that technology? I don't think so, because that exact same technology in the exact same scenario is being currently used by nonprofits to identify and rescue kidnapping victims, human trafficking victims, right? Now there might be biased, but if it is helping us rescue 40%, 60% more victims than we could without using the technology, should we be still using that technology or not? That's a discussion to have with the stakeholders. It's not just banning the technology, or it's not about one regulation that's going to fit all. It needs to be at the actual use level. I feel like I'm repeating this in every question, but even for regulation, even for governance, I think it has to be at that next level. It cannot be at that high level. We will not make progress if we continue those discussions. Those discussions are great for philosophers and marketers because they are clickbait headlines, but as the ones who want to take action, I think you really, really have to go down to the granular level.
Right. Now, that's all very good, but I'm glad that we started getting some questions in there, and I think there's sort of follow-up to what you're saying, and that's exactly what that when I talked about this tension, right? So there is this school of thought that says, well, self-regulations they didn't really work. I mean, look at what happens. I mean, in a bigger sense, look at what happens to the state of our planet, right? I mean, you leave it to the private sector, and today we find ourselves in a real mess. So the question would be, what should be the way forward? Because if we leave it just like that, it doesn't work. If we do it too quickly, I have my own thoughts, but it'd be be good to hear yours on that one.
Yeah, no, self-regulation by itself is never going to work. Look, I have a 19-year-old, and I know none of his friends want to, they're all studying, AI or some form of technology, but they don't want to really talk about ethics. So it's not going to really work unless, we, start with the curriculum, the future generation, but, put the incentives there, right? And we're seeing that slowly now, Aisha, in terms of, the kind of ESG goals that companies have, or that, we are seeing more of that happening in research funding as well, where, you have to fundamentally change the process as well. And as consumers, we have bigger power than we think, right? If you don't think a company is considering the ethical implications of AI, then you have a choice to not use it, right? You have a choice to not work for that organization. You have a choice to not work, do research at the specific university if they don't have these guidelines. I think at some point we have to take ownership as well. But there will be bad actors, right? There will be, I completely agree. And I saw some of the comments on self-regulation won't work. But, that's a starting point. That's a starting point for all of us to actually think about, I'm not saying we shouldn't do regulation, but we have to also start pushing back on the organizations that are not really adhering to those. We've seen organizations actually pull back on, say, racist chatbots or biased, algorithms. So we as consumers have to, start pushing back and raise awareness to actually drive that forward.
No, but I think in the end of the day, and I see also, of course, and that coming back, I mean, also the chat comment we have that, there are certain, and it goes back to what you said, it depends on the use case, right? It depends on what you're actually using the AI for. And then we have to look at it in that context. And I like the fact that you say it's granular. And if I link it back to what has been discussed during the course of the day, this concept of almost co-regulation, right? Where we will have to have some parts of that where the governments will have to come in, they will have to define, there will have to be some red lines, but then there are others where we will probably makes a lot more sense for the self-regulation, as long as that self-regulation to a certain extent is something that is followed or monitored, or there is oversight of that by the governments as well. So I think that is that would be maybe something. I don't know what you think about that concept.
Yeah, Aisha, let me be very clear. I do think there should be regulations. I just think in the meantime we need to put the onus a little bit on the organizers, the organizations, the researchers. There has to be regulations. Again, regulations can be, two different aspects, right? If you go down to the use case, there are regulations in every industry and at use case level, right? It is extending the regulations based on the impact of AI. And then there will be new regulations that will be needed, which is very, use cases that AI has created, or businesses that have been powered by AI. So, while the regulations are being worked on by the regulators and policymakers, you have to start, thinking about self-regulation. We cannot just wait, because these are high risk areas, so you have to, balance that act and start holding organizations, researchers accountable for these.
Yeah, but I think also following up from a comment here from Andreas talking about, we also discussed these trust labels, right? And that there is a lot of it's almost like an industry. Well, not in the case that we discussed, but more and more you've got this industry that is being developed, which is certifying algorithms, which is saying that this is correct, this is not correct. And I believe, going back to what you say, we have to think about a process also for that, so that consumer can actually see which label is the one that we should potentially work with, and which not, and what is the process, and what is the kind of checks and balances, coming back to your own words, that we need to have in place. So that one for me is very important. And I think another point that you said, but came out also today, which now, since we are almost like the reflections of the day coming through, because we're going to close now, it's also very much about, in the end of the day, private sector will to a certain extent be driven by their own customers. And that's actually what will probably happen as well. And we start to see, I mean, you talk about children, I have my own, and they don't necessarily want a car that is polluting a lot, right? So they are now changing, and they are looking for things that the customers of tomorrow are looking for ethical behavior. And I think that potentially is the biggest force we have to move the needle to the right way. One of them, if we're not going to go with hard law. Right.
No, there has to be hard law. I'm not saying there should be regulations. It will just take time. There is not as much investments going into regulation, creating regulations as policies, as much as going into creating new AI models or progressing AI, right? So that's where we have to hit that balance and start holding this second stream equally accountable.
Absolutely. And I think one of the other, we had a very interesting talk also from Yiri Bakrati, who was basically talking about, looking at it from a geopolitical angle, and also saying that, we to a certain extent, we can't forget that we have to look at, the competition side of things as well. So US and EU versus maybe China or some others. And so we need to have all of this in mind before we go ahead. So lots to think about when you're approaching the AI policy space. But I think for me, what I would say is that the discussions, as you say, the raising awareness, to have more people involved. We're going to have a few other panels also on democratic engagement in the coming days. That would be something maybe to go forward. But, since we have not so much time, I want you to pass the floor once again to you to give us some final words, some final thoughts. And then, of course, hopefully we're going to be continuing the dialogue. Anyway.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. This was great. And hopefully, if one takeaway for this audience is, don't fall for the headlines. Yes, it can be risky, but there's a lot of work that's happening in the middle. So there is high risk areas, but always, caveat your question or your thought, or when you read a news article on, what is this relevant for every use case, or is it for specific use cases? Which are the highest risk? Let's focus on fixing those. And which are the dimensions of trustworthy AI, which is applicable to your use case, because you can make progress. There is not going to be one single rule or law that you have to follow for every use case. Just like, I'll go back to speed limits, right? It's different in every country. It's not going to be the same for every use case. So you have to, as the owners, as the researchers, as the policymakers, when you get down to that granularity level, you can actually solve for it. And the biggest power you have is that we're not forced to use any technology, right? So you have a choice to make on whether you want to support certain technologies which you think are unbiased, and whether you want to push back on those, and how do you prioritize as you go along.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. I mean, I see that our chat is getting warmed up now, but unfortunately we have to be closing the day. But Bina, it was wonderful to have you. I think this was not would have loved to have it much longer, this conversation, but the time is short. I hope to, in any case, have you as part of our expert community going forward, and we will be continuing this dialogue. And just to say, it's 6 o'clock now, Swiss time, so I believe that I will have to announce the close of the first day of the Policy Summit. Please note that we start tomorrow at 1 p.m. Swiss time. And the theme for tomorrow is actually AI and justice. And we are thrilled to have collaborated with UNESCO to put together a fantastic program, including panel discussions among leading judges representing India, Egypt, United States, and Brazil. So we will also, of course, have tomorrow some individual presentations from leading academics and innovators. So I hope that you can join us. And as a reminder, you can find the full agenda for tomorrow's session and for the following days on our conference website. We will also post it now on the chat. And I wish you all a great, great day and see you all tomorrow. And all the best. And thank you very much, Bina, once again.